greenhouse emissions inventory. This inventory includes the emissions that arise from human activities, anthropogenic emissions. That's why the emissions of wild animals are not included. So this inventory is the baseline to assess the compliance with the commitments, like the Kyoto Protocol that is expiring this year and will be replaced by the Paris Agreement. The inventory is presented annually every March 15th. So we introduced the inventory of 2 years prior. So this year we are introducing the 2021 inventory. The previous inventory was very much influenced by the pandemic. To create the inventory and to have a consistency and comparability between the different parts of the convention, all countries must follow the IPCC guides, the 2006 guidelines and their revisions, and the European Union has another regulation like the 2018/2019 convention and the 2018 regulation /248, also known as the LULUCF's regulation. I'm going to, it's very hard to explain the inventory in 10 minutes, even if it's just like part of it. I would have to spend 3 hours to explain the whole inventory, or even if it's just the LULUCF part. I'm just going to give you an overview, and if you so that if you want to look for something, you know where to look for. When we talk about extensive livestock, there are two sectors here. The sectors would be energy, industrial processes, and uses of the product that is known as IPPU, industrial processes and use of other products. So when we talk about extensive livestock, it would be included both in agriculture and in LULUCF, that is land use changes. And then we have two subcategories. We have livestock enteric fermentation, methane emissions due to the management of manure, and nitrogen emissions due to the management of manure. And we also have agricultural crops. Agricultural crops in this subcategory are also include the contributions to the soil in terms of nitrogen. So here we include the emissions that arise from grazing. The livestock inventory is based on animal documents, animal health documents that are drafted and updated by the General Directorate of Animal Production. They are homogenic categories in terms of emissions, and these include the productive system, the types of management, as well as the breeds. So there are consistent categories. You can check this. These are in the document in the ministry's website. We have the technical basis for the calculations of horses, cows, sheep, laying chickens, and meat chickens. So in order to estimate the emissions within this technical basis or animal health basis, we take into account the variables, the description of the method, and a description of the farm. And to estimate the emissions in terms of enteric fermentation, we use the head count and the production capacity, and depending on the type of animal, we use the census of the European Union. But when we talk about poultry, we have to use the census in terms of slaughterhouses. The amount of methane produced depends on the digestive systems and the diets of the animals. Ruminants, sheep and cows are the ones that have the highest emissions compared to white pigs. That would be like an intermediate position, and then we have poultry. In terms of white pigs, and talking about enteric fermentation, I'm going to speak in favor of these pieces, but we're just talking about enteric fermentation, not about slurry management. But white pigs in the last years have been bred intensively. There has been a technification of their breeding. Their diet have been fine-tuned, and this has reduced the emissions. But this is just in terms of enteric fermentation. And when we talk about cows, we should distinguish dairy from non-dairy cows. That is, dairy from meat cows. Don't consider meat cows as extensive livestock. It's much more complex than that. I recommend that if you're interested in this topic, you have to read the zootechnical basis to know how these categories have been estimated and calculated. And an interesting fact, something that happened a couple of years ago, here we have the cows and sheep figures. The emission per animal has increased because of the productive system, but since the performance of dairy animals has increased, the emission per liter of milk has decreased. I'm going to skip this and this too. I'm going to move to the LULUV sector. The LULUV sector comes from the acronym Land Use and Land Change in Forestry. The sector is subdivided in 6 categories: forest lands, crops, pastures, wetlands, settlements, and other lands. That refers to sterile lands such as rocks or beaches. In each of these categories, we estimate the carbon stock change in each of the carbon sinkholes. So we consider things like the carbon in the soil, etc. And also within this category, we also report the absorption of woody products that are considered a sinkhole in themselves, emissions due to fires and controlled burning, and the direct and indirect N2H emissions.
The regulation to which I referred before, that is in force since 2021, establishes what is authorized within this LULUF sector. So far, only forestry and cropland was taken into account, and since in Europe they have decided that the whole sector should contribute to the reduction of greenhouse gases emissions, now we'll have to consider dead wood and grazing land. And for the second period, that goes from 2026 to 2030, we will add the rest of the categories. That means that we've got hard work ahead of us. Currently, this regulation is under revision, and it is likely that it will be even more demanding in the future. As an example of the category of LULUV sector, in Spain we have grazing grounds, and that croplands are excluded, and it should be within the forestry category.
los dividíamos entre pastizales con vegetación herbácea y pastizales con vegetación arbustiva y arbórea. Dentro de cada categoría existen otras dos subcategorías.
Within this category, we also have two subcategories. That is grazing lands and grasslands, and land that has been converted into pasture, for example, as a result of deforestation. After 20 years, this becomes permanent grassland. For the purposes of calculations, we use
Carbono del uso inicial, calculamos la diferencia y lo dividimos por un periodo.
So we divide this by a period of 20 years.
Y para calcular estos valores de stock, bueno, pues en la categoría de
So the permanent grassland is considered within this inventory, and the values of organic matter in soil organic matter are the ones that are derived from a study from the University of Barcelona. And then, concerning the permanent grassland, we're only considering the risk of carbon sinks. In this case, since there is no change in management, we consider them constant in time. I will speed up a bit. Concerning permanent grasslands, we have developed a mapping project so that we can differentiate burned pastures, forested grass pastures, and we have also outsourced a project in 2020 to develop a methodology. I'm sorry, there's a slide that is missing to calculate the type of management according to the pasture type. And based on the emission levels, we have created different categories, and we will apply this to this mapping project. Thank you.
Vale, gracias. Venga, buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me here. It is especially rewarding for me because I've been studying in this university. This presentation has two parts. First of all, I'll explain the benefits of ruminants so that we don't have a complex because of the enteric fermentation. And then I'll discuss enteric fermentation and so that we're not ashamed of this so-called rumen factory. We know that ruminants are herbivores that have to feed on pasture. I am a nutritionist and I work specifically on ruminants. Ruminants appeared millions of years ago when the climatic conditions allowed for the existence of large amounts of pasture. So we started domesticating those ruminants, and then we have partially adapted their diet. Therefore, this is a period that is much longer than the period in which livestock farming has existed. It has adapted to face different challenges and cope with a number of different conditions. In the industrial system, young animals are missing on this transmission of a microbiome from their mothers. There is a symbiosis that is established between all the different microorganisms that make the fodder digestible for the animal. If we could open a little window here in the left part of the animal and use a microscope, we would have a dynamic system with a large number of microorganisms that are digesting the different elements. I like to show this video to the livestock keepers to remind them that they're not feeding their cows. In reality, who they're feeding are those microorganisms. Therefore, we should not be ashamed of this system. This is a very diverse environment. We're only seeing protozoa here, not bacteria or any other microorganisms. You know that recently we have heard this announcement that meat can be produced in a laboratory. It is a very aseptic meat that avoids many problems. But we already have developed this very sophisticated machinery, which is the rumen of ruminants. We should not forget that the evolution has developed a very efficient machinery that is able to produce very digestible food. This system is very efficient in some respects, but in some way it is also inefficient, and that is the reason why methane is produced. The production of methane should be minimized for health reason for the animal, but also because of greenhouse emission levels. This graph is based on a publication by FAO, in which you can see a very general global perspective, in which you can see that 70% of methane emissions come from livestock. And what is important here is that if we refer to other extensive systems, this amount is much greater.
La proporcional, la producción de metano va a ser más importante. Por eso es uno de los componentes principales en el cálculo de la huella de carbono y nos interesa cuantificarla de manera adecuada, porque es la porción mayoritaria dentro de esas emisiones, que de nuevo no nos tiene que acomplejar. Pero
So we should not be ashamed of this. But we should just
las emisiones, no solo en relación a la ingesta de materia fresca, sino en relación a la producción de leche, lo que se llama el...
And this is a graph representing emission intensity. So here you can see the difference between more intensive systems and more agropastoral systems. There is a huge difference in greenhouse gas emissions in those along this range of pastoral systems. And here we're only measuring the methane production. We're not measuring other gases. I won't have time here to get into details of what could be the strategies to reduce those emissions. They're mainly linked with the management of the flock structure. There are a wide host of strategies that can help us to reduce those emissions. I'd like to just say a few words about how we quantify those emissions to complement what Ramiro just said. We can only manage what we can measure. This is a very important message. If we can't measure things, we won't be able to measure them. I won't get into the details of carbon capture methods. It is relatively easy to measure values in the case of confined cattle. When we're switching to grazing agropastoral systems, it's not so easy because the methane production is proportional or based on what the animal feeds on. In some cases, technology is helping, but technically it is more difficult to measure methane production in the case of free-ranging livestock because they're moving around. And then we have to consider other variables like the behavior of the animal. So we have specific challenges to face in extensive livestock keeping systems. I still have 2 minutes left. This is a graph based on the scientific publications on methane production according to the measurement systems. You can see there are measurements that come from in vitro system, confined system, and grazing and non-experimental systems. In this case, the number is much smaller because it's more difficult to measure them. Why is this important? Because it is related with the efficiency of the system. And in this case, I'd like to refer to the inventory. Every year we have to participate in this report, which includes the inventory of the emission in the livestock sector, and I've been participating in sheep and goat sector. And in many cases, we really don't know what these emissions are, because we have based ourselves on the Spanish Pasture Society, but we still have a lot of work to do, also because in Spain we have many different grazing systems. We're not a homogeneous country like the Netherlands, for example. We have Atlantic and Mediterranean systems that are very different. So the methodologies are just starting to be developed. We need to develop methodologies for the quantification. So if we'll have time during the debate, we can discuss with those that are here present what their data are, and so that they're not ashamed of the fact that their cows produce large amounts of methane. That is the case, but it's not. We should aim to the net zero emission target, but there are systems that by their very nature cannot be carbon neutral. And also in the Mediterranean, it is important that we keep in mind that we have very different systems, and we don't have enough data. So based on this, it will be very difficult to improve.
Gracias. Pensaba que no funcionaba.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to hear Gerardo Moreno, who comes from the University of Extremadura, and who is someone who has researched extensively on extensive livestock keeping, and more specifically on carbon sequestration. And we're going to talk about how much we emit, but also about how much we can sequester and mitigate. On behalf of my university, I will try to convey and describe briefly the idea of carbon sequestration. So let's talk about the hope. So when we say that we can compensate what we emit, we say so because we can sequester carbon. So how much truth there is in that? First, we must understand that a large amount of the carbon that is fixed by the ecosystems, and here we have what plants do in the ecosystems. So most of that carbon is breathed by the plants themselves and by many organisms, including microorganisms. So most of it is released to the atmosphere. It's quite a close cycle, and just a very small amount is sequestered, that is, stays in the system. So these measured with stations, this is the ESA in the north of Cáceres. When we have negative figures, we have the years when the system kept part of the carbon. In other years, it's the opposite, we're emitting carbon. So we're very close to neutrality in terms of carbon fixation. We should not confuse the stock, that is the carbon that systems have. If you see here, Spain is on the lowest side. It's on the blue side. I'm talking about soil carbon. We heard that there are other carbons, dead wood, etc., but that's not that relevant in pastoral system. In silvopastoral systems, it does have more to do. So we have lots of carbon in soils, more than atmosphere or the biomass in as a whole. There's more in soils, but in our part of the world there's not that much. But if we talk about how much we sequester, well, here in red you see the soils that are emitting carbon, that is that they're not sequestering carbon, and in green we have the soils that are fixing carbon, and in yellow we have the areas that are like so-so. But in Spain we have some spots that are red. So there are parts that are emitting carbon. So the soil in some parts is not being that ally that should help us achieve that carbon neutrality. It is true that in this context, pastures, and this is a graph that comes from studies carried out by Spanish colleagues. Here we have the pastures. Comparatively, tend to store much carbon compared to other land uses. This does not mean that the fact that there is lots of carbon stored that they are sequestering a lot. The pastures in dry and cálid climates are the ones that have the lowest capacity to store. So in climates that are colder and more humid, there's more storage. If we put together some of the works that have been published in the last years, we see this range here, up to 100 kilos of carbon per hectare and year. Most of the studies that we have, well, in some are along these lines, but in some other cases, this is exceeded. In some cases, the carbon sequestration is above the average that could be expected. We can discuss the reasons if we have time later on. So we have different cases. We have cases that are more natural. In some cases there's grassland improvements. Very simply, why do pastures tend to store lots of carbon? There are many reasons. We can't really elaborate on this, but the important thing is what type of organic matter makes it to the soil. For example, it's not the same thing when we talk about a leaf than roots exudates that are soluble. It's soluble matter. Contrary to what it was thought, the carbon that is better stored is the one that is better absorbed by the microorganisms. In the old days, we thought it was the one that was richer in lignin. The one that has gone through the microbial circuit of the soil is the one that gets stabilized for longer. So it's the ones that are easier used by microorganisms that are the ones that are set, because pastures get matter from themselves. It's a pretty much soluble way because it's based on exudates, the renovation of very thin roots, and there is much more food from microorganisms. It's pastures that have more matter than the woody matter. There are lots of types of natural matter in the soil. On the one hand, we have the particulate matter, the remnants that haven't been decomposed yet, and then we have the one that comes from microorganisms, that is the stabilized matter. The matter has died and is more stable and can be there for hundreds and thousands of years, whereas the first one just stays for a couple of decades. We know that pastures maximized this. The less interesting, sometimes we don't get a context about this, but also we know that that's just about pastures with the biological or natural vegetation, but pastures being eaten, and there's a cascade effect that favor a better and higher fixation. In the work that we are carrying out, we want to see what happens if grazing is abandoned. Let's see, we go crazy and we say animals are bad, let's get rid of it because it's polluting. What happens when that happens? Well, soils lose carbon because grazing favors mechanisms of carbon gainers. There's a change in the stem root ratio, and also the urine doesn't happen, and the urine helps fixate more of the stable matter. There are higher. We know that, contrary to what we thought, the faster decomposition rates helps fixate carbon. But this is not always the case. There are several recent studies with very interesting analysis that talk about how we find many examples of grazing favors the capture of carbon. In other cases, it's the other way around, and in some other cases, it's like neutral. So we have to see when grazing favors carbon fixation. So in environments that are warmer, drier, more arid, in those cases, grazing has to be carried out very cautiously. In some places of the world, the more grazing happens, the more sequestration there is. Well, that doesn't happen here. We need very moderate grazing to have that positive effect of grazing. I don't want to elaborate on this, but this is something that we should retain. We know that there are many limits to carbon sequestration. Grazing systems capture lots of carbon. Grazing can help this capture, but we are not talking about unlimited sequestration. It's not like I'm always going to be sequestering carbon. Ecosystems have limits, and the more mature ecosystems tend to not sequester anything and not emit. So there are very interesting works. This is carbon sequestration in grazing systems. Let's manage our expectations. Let us not go crazy. We do not have that much of a margin through carbon sequestration. And this one says, can pastures really be perpetual carbon sinkholes? No. We know that they get saturated. So in a matter of decades, if we move from crops to pastures, as Ramiro was saying in that example, in a certain number of years, this gets stabilized. This is the organic matter, and this is the stable organic matter. The organic matter achieves a threshold, and the matter on soil may increase, but not the stable organic matter. This has a positive and a negative side. We think that there's a saturation of the soil because the minerals that are capable of fixing organic matter have a limit, but we know that 20% of the 20% are taken by minerals, and the other one are not. So there's a saturation, but we don't know how it really happens. So you start taking a look at studies, and it's like, okay, we can use this threshold, but we see that there's a tendency to stabilize. We know that if we have a soil with a X type of management, there's going to be saturation in some decades, but if there's a change of management, I'm going to increase that threshold, and I can be sequestering for a couple of decades, and then you have to change and change. There's no, it's not perpetual, but you have a certain margin. This is reversible. If we don't keep doing things well, we lose this improvement. I'm out of time, so I can't elaborate on this. Carbon sequestration doesn't happen by itself. It has to be supported by an increase in soil fertility. Improving fertility, which can be done with fertilizers, manure, or with penning, with rotation of pastures. We are able to increase this threshold. So what we are measuring in the DESA is that it's not sequestering carbon, it's emitting it. But in those places where we improve soil fertility, there's carbon sequestration because it's very close to neutrality. So small amendments in management can change the situation, and the soils can move from emitting to sequestering or capturing. There are several studies on European scales. The first ones were very optimistic when they talked about carbon sequestration and seeing how emissions could be compensated. But if we think about the whole package of livestock, we have the feedlots, etc. If we include all those parts, the balances are much less positive. But even in these studies, 2010, etc., we could see that in those farms where there's good sequestration, we have a very high rate of carbon sequestration, and the whole change is going to be compensated. When we're not able to compensate, even with good rates of carbon sequestration, Here is 0.57. It's still high, but not even at that they can compensate. So it's not going to be easy by doing things well, by capturing carbon. We'll be able to compensate all the emissions. And as David was saying, being carbon neutral is not enough. We know that. But then we have to think about things are being measured correctly, as Mireia was saying. Here we have the column that we should pay attention to. If livestock was just, if everything happened in the field and everything is supported by field resources. In this column, this is what we see, but then we have another column where we have emissions. Why? Because not everything happens in the field. If we could have a context where everything happens with own forage resources, yes, we would be in this range close to neutrality. So I'm going to wrap up with this. This is a brilliant work by the University of Córdoba. We contributed to it. And here we have organic farms compared to conventional farms. Here we have carbon capture and the emissions. Here we have the net balance. Here we have a positive figure. That is, we are emitting carbon, although instead of emitting all of this, we're just emitting this, because part of this is compensated with this carbon. In organic dehesas that are closer to own resource farms, and we are closer to neutrality. In this case, it's pretty neutral. I'm going to change quickly to another idea. Here I was going to talk about how we can increase the carbon sequestration capacity. It's important to see this is what would happen. I'm talking about dehesas. This is the carbon that we are capable of capturing in the pastures. If we have trees, there's an increase, and we can almost double the carbon sequestration capacity. Another idea that I wanted to mention, and I think Ramiro mentioned this somehow, but also David, when he said that we know so little about methane in extensive systems. Well, same thing happens to carbon sequestration. The systems that we need, monitoring, verification and information, there are many examples in the world. We barely have anything in Spain. We have forestry inventories that measure what happens to tree masses, but we haven't started doing that with soils. We need a system. We need to implement a system. We are starting to have very interesting guides. We have this 2019 guide. I'm really sorry about taking too long.
Muchas gracias. A continuación, Jorge Martín.
Thank you. Jorge Martín Lowe is now going to speak about, Jorge Marín Lobo is going to speak about ecosystem services of dung beetles in pasture lands. Hello, good morning. Today I'm going to talk about a part that has to do with this issue of carbon sequestration, and it is a part that is not very, it's usually neglected, and that is those microorganisms that are in charge of the decomposition of the dung, of cattle dung. 60% of all the important elements, nitrogen, carbon, phosphorus, potassium, are included in those, in the cattle dung, which also includes large amounts of microorganisms that is then transferred to pasture land, and this is related with all the epithelium cells of the rumen that are deposited on pasture land. So the interesting thing with those stools is that there is a large amount of organisms that are specialized in feeding on this on cattle dung since the Cretaceous or the Jurassic era. There are two species, Copris hispanus, and are in right now in Spain, that were imported from Australia, and they are able to lay their eggs on a dung path and dig these dung paths very quickly in the soil. These organisms are in charge of digesting this dung for millions of years. The lack of these organisms can have enormous impacts in the decomposition of stools in the field. When domesticated animals arrived in Australia, for example, there was not a coprophagous population that was adapted. So in this case, they produced deposits. They produced droppings, little amounts of that you can see here, and the vegetation changed. The palatability of the meadow species changes, and this pasture is not adapted to animal feeding anymore. This is because there was no coprophagous species that were adapted. In this case, this is a study we did in Doñana. This is a cohort that can be representative of the situation in any area of Andalusia, and these organisms are able to process 80% of the dung that can be found on pasture. What happens when this is not the case? Not only do we have problems with the grassland structure, species structure, with other living species that live together with those dung beetles, such as dipters, and these are insect-eating insects that have become a pest in Australia. They tried 26 species in a few years ago. The most important scientific society of Australia came here to sample insects in Andalusia with the idea of exporting them to Australia to avoid this problem, this pest. This is the result of work that we did when we analyze the effect on greenhouse gases emissions according to the presence or absence of coprophagous species, we can see that coprophagous species reduces drastically greenhouse emissions. This is like introducing externally the microbiota that is typical of rumen. That means that there is a rumen factory working there, even if it's not within the body of the cattle. In summary, the disappearance of dung beetles is leading to the loss of aerobic processes that lead to the generation of methane, a change in the composition of pastures, a change in the number and types of species of nematodes and dipters, and these are the benefits that we get from those species and that we notice when they're lacking. There is, in the past few years, there's been evidence according to which there is a very significant decrease in the population of these dung beetles. It is not easy to compare the situation before and after. There are some studies based on sampling that were done in the 60s or 70s, but there aren't many studies. But all evidence tells us that there is a very important decline in the population of dung beetles. It is nowadays very difficult to find a spot in our country where we can still find the same population that was found 20 or 30 years ago. There are still pristine communities that are very similar to the north of Africa, but not in the Iberian Peninsula. And my colleagues from France or Holland have seen a situation like that for many, many years. So this loss of dung beetles is leading to the same effect that was observed with the arrival of domesticated animals in Australia. So the cropping and livestock keeping methods will have to adapt as well. Here, this photo is to give you an idea. Unfortunately, the speaker is not speaking in the microphone, so we can't hear what he's saying and we can't interpret. Okay, in Doñana, we're talking about Doñana, where wormer treatments were prohibited. It's only here where we can find this part of dung still in soil. It is a paradox, but the introduction of certain methods, industrial methods or intensive methods in extensive livestock keeping, such as the indiscriminate use of anti-parasite treatments, is leading to these consequences. An extensive livestock system that uses large amounts of these drugs could be as negative as far as its impact on the ecosystem as industrial livestock systems. These are the main molecules that are being used, and they're basically used in a very generic way. It is like when in the 70s doctors were prescribing antibiotics whether you had something or not. So this is happening due to these practices. This is an image taken from the region of Camargue in France, where they have festivity that involves parades with horses, and they're treated with drugs so that they shine and they're more beautiful looking. And these are the consequences. Those treatments, the treatments with these drugs were based on studies that said that they were not lethal for the insect population, and it is true they're not lethal, but they reduce their mobility, their smell, their strength, the number of eggs, and they make those beetles unable to reproduce and carry out normal daily activities. So last image is related with something that some of our colleagues mentioned. Let's think of the system as a whole. Herbivores, Coleoptera, dung beetles. This is an interconnected system, and that is interconnected through a microbiome in which you can see, for example, we're carrying out a study in which we can see that the microbiota that can be found in the soil goes through the digestive tract of the animals, then the populations in the digestive tract are boosted, and then so goes on the cycle again. And this cycle is essential for the cycle of nutrients, and if one of those phases is disrupted, the whole cycle is destroyed. So we should stop the indiscriminate use of anti-parasite treatments. Thank you. Thank you. Now we have Ruben Serrano that comes from, he's an ecologist, and he will tell us about the contribution of livestock. I will try to stick to the time we have because we don't have a lot of time. I will finish with this first round.
Bueno, me lo han puesto en bandeja para que cuente unos resultados de nuestra investigación sobre las líneas base. Mireia ha hablado un poquito de lo que son las líneas base.
We have a problem when we have to carry out inventories of greenhouse gases emissions in
intrínsecos a la existencia de ciertos biomas.
We have different impacts, of which I'm showing a photo here. This is a reconstruction of the Atapuerca cave surroundings in which livestock was abandoned. At the time there was a large amount of wild animals, so we should now try to study the impacts of the anthropogenic impacts on those populations. We're very limited as far as estimating the baseline. This area that was represented in the image I've just shown you doesn't exist anymore, so we don't have the possibility of measuring what would happen in a situation in which no extensive livestock rearing existed. If we want to estimate the impacts of livestock keeping systems, we have the difficulty related to the fact that we have less animals than that would be expected based on a baseline situation. We live in a country in which landscape is completely fragmented with infrastructures that hinder the mobility between one area and the other. Therefore, the number of head of cattle is vastly reduced. We have carried out a study in which we have seen that in most national parks there is also livestock grazing, so in that case we can't find a baseline. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have livestock in a natural park. I'm just saying that that is a limitation in quantifying the baseline levels. We have carried out a study in natural parks and national parks and measured the density of animals based on soil productivity. We have measured the biomass, and we have observed a relation between the productivity and the number of herbivores. But due to the lack of mobility of livestock, we have a very limited number of very limited density of wild species. So we have three possible scenarios. One would be the current ecological situation. The other one, we have two sites that are not within this model. That is the that is the National Park of Monfragüe and the Park of Cabañero. In this case, the wildlife species is much higher than the rest. So there's less competition for pastures, and there can be migrations between highlands in the summer when the lowlands are drier, and the rivers migration in the fall when animals can migrate to hotter and greener areas. So these are three different situations or scenarios that can be extrapolated to the rest of the territory to measure the impact or to measure to what extent what we're blaming on extensive livestock grazing is actually due to a baseline. So we can define four scenarios. If we consider the data coming from the greenhouse emission inventories, we can see that these baselines are not at all considered. But if we set ourselves in a scenario like Cabañeros, we can see that 80% of the emissions, enteric emissions that are in orange, are impacts derived from a baseline. So we are relating a human activity to an ecological dynamics that is inherent to the pasturelands that we have in Spain, which belongs to savanna-like biome. So we have come to the conclusion that there are many impacts that are not human-based, are not human caused by humans, but are related with baselines. And you might think that this is exaggerated, but we have compared these results with the bioclimatic model, in which data has been collected from mega herbivores in Africa or India, and the model also included data on predictions on precipitation. And according to these results, the herbivore load we can have in our country can be 20% higher than the situation we are having in extensive livestock activities right now. So we should remember that livestock keeping is not only a human activity, but it's an activity that is linked to the ecological dynamics of our landscapes. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias a todos los ponentes.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists. All the presentations have been very interesting. We don't have much time for a debate, but we still have a few minutes. So if someone wants to ask something from the audience or the ones that are following us in streaming, Javier. Yes, I'd like to ask David. About a year ago, DSM, the company, marketed a drug, an inhibitor, methane inhibitor, that was giving very good results. What do you think about those results and the application of this drug to extensive livestock? I guess that these measurements were taken in very controlled and confined systems. In these systems, it is easier to measure. Would it be your recommendation to use this kind of inhibitors in extensive systems? And once we use them in a general standard way, what implications would they have? Thank you for the question, Javier. Well, my question is that it's not an opinion. It's there has been a real decrease with this product that has been authorized by the European Union and other countries as well. So there is evidence that shows that there is a reduction in milk-producing cattle, at least. But it is optimized for systems that are more intensive systems, unifit systems, etc., because this product needs to be administered on a daily basis. So today its application to extensive livestock systems is not feasible. Actually, I know that this company is thinking of, is designing or trying to develop a product that can be administered less frequently. So right now its effect is very limited in extensive systems. It might be used in New Zealand, United Kingdom. They might think of applications in these countries, but so far it's still very difficult. And then when we talk about greenhouse emission inventories, we need to think of systems in which certain products can have an impact on the reduction of greenhouse emissions, and in this case we would have to transfer this to the inventory. But this should be made official, because the inventories are official documents, so it's quite tricky, not to mention the patent and the economic implications for the companies. My name is Yolanda Mena. I work at the University of Seville. I would like to thank the organizers and the panelists, because we're touching upon very interesting issues concerning livestock, extensive livestock breeding. I have a question for Gerardo. You mentioned that due to the climate, to the Mediterranean climate, there is not much carbon capture right now. And I think it was very interesting when you said that we should manage things adequately so that this carbon capture is maximized. And also you said that we should aim at food forage self-sufficiency, and I'd like to have your opinion about regenerational livestock systems, because I'd like, you mentioned moderate grazing densities. Well, you can give many names to this kind of grazing: holistic management, pasture management. There are many different terminologies used. There are contrasting results and evidence. I think that Maria has published various articles on this issue. We are studying this, and we have evidence that shows that it increases productivity.
Que no son siempre verdaderamente parcelas que están en un pastoreo.
Rotational grazing, or systems in which there is large grazing densities for a limited time. This, we have studied this, and the evidence shows that there is a 15% increase in productivity. But to the extent to which they try to emulate what we have been doing for centuries, the so-called redileo or penning system, and that has created majadales that are pasture lands that we have, and that are much more productive than the rest of pastures. This is clear. The advantage is that we have very degraded soils, so we are certainly below this saturation level to which that we have not exceeded yet. So if we continue using the same grazing systems, the pasture lands will not improve substantially. Well, I can tell you, at the global level there's not concluding evidence, but as far as the results of the studies that we've carried out here in Spain, in La Mancha, there is evidence that there is an improvement. Good morning. I'd like to congratulate you for the quality of the panel. And concerning this product that is in methane production inhibitors, if we use it, we're going to hide even more a problem that is there, that is the lack of coprophagous population. This is going to favor even more intensive production, because we will simply neglect and forget one of the main problems related with intensive livestock systems, that is the bad quality of soil. I didn't understand the question, because when you refer to bad quality of soil, what do you mean? Well, I mean the lack of coprophagous animals that are a problem in the long run. So if we don't improve our soils, we don't recover the coprophagous populations, and then we have other consequences like the generation of methane are hidden by the fact that are somehow hidden due to the fact that there is something that artificially decreases them. I'm saying it from a general public point of view, because unfortunately not many people pay attention to these aspects. These products are statins? No, they're not. They're not statins. If the question is concerning the possible effects on other microorganisms, in Europe we use the precautionary principle, and I would say no. But if this distracts the public attention from one issue, well, we should pay attention to soil quality no matter what, because it's very important. Organic matter in soil is still very important. There's no way of hiding this issue. We're not only talking about offsetting gas emissions with the reduction of methane. We are talking about reducing all emissions. Yes, but the person who's asking the question is arguing it's a question of reducing at the general scale. What could be the kind of cascade effect if the cropophagous cycle has been broken? The fact that we change the composition of dung could affect other processes in the soil. Well, there are things that sometimes we introduce as an artificial input could have other consequences or indirect consequences. I don't know. Since this is if this is a product that is only used on confined animals and then doesn't reach the soil, maybe it's not so relevant. Thank you very much for those interesting presentations. Usually we say that there is a polluter pay principle, carbon markets, futures. What happens with this? Because we need to regulate all this. Well, this is something that is the responsibility of the climate change agency. I'm only in charge of inventories, but I can tell you what the general guidelines are. So far, there are afforestation projects as compensation for gas emissions. We will have to see how this works, but these projects will also include forest crops, but I still don't know how this will develop, because it's going to be it will take a while. What we want to have is the largest number of absorption projects, but we need to know exactly who is going to monitor it, how are we going to measure it. I've been following the issue of CAP, Common Agricultural Policy, and the eco regimes. If there is no time constraints, there could be transition to other cropping systems that are not don't last long enough to notice differences. I'd like to add something, because I was in a seminar a few days ago where someone participated from the climate change agency, and someone named Marca, I think, said that right now the only thing that is being accounted for is burned surfaces from fires, but they're aware that there are many other practices that could contribute to capture carbon, but there is a complete lack of monitoring and verification system. And grass, there is a long list of countries that is implementing those systems in which carbon is periodically monitored and measured. They're now using this network for some studies, but we don't even have a network of sites where carbon is being monitored every 2, 5, 10 years. Either we create such a system, or it will be very difficult that the climate change agency will be able to come to any conclusions. If you only consider carbon sequestration, then intensive cropping will win, because if you plant a super intensive olive grove system, they will start capturing enormous amount of carbons. So if that is the only parameter that we're going to take into account, then intensive cropping systems are unbeatable. But now, what will happen with this olive grove within 20 or 30 years, we don't know. Okay. Joder, voy a perder.
Soy breve. En relación con esto, si no me equivoco, y revisando los esquemas que afectan los leñosos al mantenimiento de la cubierta.
Concerning woody crops, the CAP foresees a payment for vegetation cover, and as far as clearance, shrub clearance, there's only been one case in which machines are used to clear shrubs, but not grazing. What do you think about this? I have no clue. I'm sorry. I'd like to reply. I think that they will use glyphosate.
Micro.
No, simplemente por Marta.
No. Ah, es que estaba...
No, pero
venga, ya que estáis.
termina la idea.
No, you can just finish. Thank you. It is all the presentations have been very interesting, but on many occasions the pastoralists don't have the economic means to overcome those problems. Talking of wildfires, there is a general lack of trust right now. The last information I have about olive groves is that someone told me that I shouldn't let my goats graze within the
por ahí. Lo que quiero decir que me ha alegrado verlo, bueno, ya te estás limitando y al final será o cero o lo que sea, pero te comento que ya se está escuchando eso que tiene más sentido porque todo
I'm sorry, these eco schemes are a total farce.
Solo por puntualizar lo que estaba diciendo.
Just to add to what this previous speaker said, it is true that in the management of vegetation cover in woody crops, it is stated that they're allowed. Initially, they were not allowed, and now they're allowing the use of pesticides when there is a pest, there is evidence of a pest. And now the eco schemes that are now called eco regimes. When we have asked if grazing was possible in woody crops, they said no, they're not allowed because they have excessive compaction, soil compaction as a consequence. And I'd like to add that I liked all the presentation, but we should have a global perspective. You gave the example of Monfragüe or Cabañeros. We should see what happens beyond the borders of the protected areas, and then what will happen with the increase of wildlife species populations. We should aim at a balance between sustainability and food production. And also concerning the dung beetle, I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned about this issue. But we only think of ivermectin, I think. But there are many other compounds like glyphosates that are being used. So in this case, we have gotten rid of not only dung beetles, but a whole host of other microorganisms, and we have destroyed the whole ecosystem, and we've put in place a cropping system that will be also very harmful for the environment.
I would like to say that when we talk about productivity and the number of animals that are grazing wild or outdoor systems, but at the end of the day, we don't bear in mind that in a scenario where this would be full of wild animals, which is what we want to compare extensive livestock with, the productivity or the use of the pastures gives rise to a higher density. That is, in a scenario where migrations are allowed, like what happened for centuries with transhumance, and it is speculated that those transhumance paths were the inheritance from the wildlife migration paths. When we have that, there is a better use because you can complement winter and summer grazelands and thus have a higher density. In many national parks, there's an excess of herbivores, and this is happening. And in a wild situation, this wouldn't happen because migration would keep or would be able to support even higher numbers of herbivores. I'm really sorry, but I think it's better to have to still have some willingness to speak, because we have to take our lunch break. We have to be here at 3. I just want to remind you that in the cafeteria there is a pretty good food, and during lunchtime there will be posters there will be the posters outside. Together with the posters, there's a series of cards of good practices, and we want to invite you to assess those cards, because we are trying to gather information about whether you think these good practices are interesting or useful based on your experience. We are reconvening here at 3. Thank you very much.
resultados del proyecto en forma de recomendaciones políticas, de planes de acción y buscando un poco pues, que haya una utilidad real detrás de todas las actividades que se han realizado.
Y antes de daros la palabra, solo otra cosa más, que es si vamos a invitar o no un miembro del Parlamento Europeo para acoger el evento. Muchas veces esto suele pasar y esta es la única forma de tener parlamentarios y comisarios o personas que trabajan en la Comisión Europea juntos discutiendo.
Nosotros somos Innogestión Ambiental. Somos una empresa de ingeniería ambiental que se centra en el desarrollo de proyectos e iniciativas sostenibles, principalmente en los ámbitos del medio ambiente, la energía, la agricultura, movilidad y patrimonio cultural, entre otras. Dentro del marco de estas iniciativas está el proyecto LiveAdapt, en el cual nosotros tenemos un rol principal como coordinadores en el desarrollo y testeo de soluciones innovadoras para la gestión eficiente del agua en campo. Asimismo, coordinamos la monitorización de impactos socioeconómicos y ambientales del proyecto y apoyamos al resto de socios en la identificación y transferencia de buenas prácticas a ganaderos, formación y también mejora de procesos para la mejora de políticas en este ámbito.
A COERC, a Associação Nacional de Conservação da Natureza, em Portugal, ajuda neste projeto, principalmente no processo participativo. Estamos a participar no desenvolvimento deste ciclo de formação que está a decorrer diretamente com as pessoas do setor e também alguns questionários para podermos compilar as informações que vamos recebendo dos produtores portugueses.
Não está esquecido. Olvidado, não está olvidado.
Picture for Europa es una consultora que está ubicada en Segovia y que lleva desde el año 2000 tratando de aportar soluciones para mejorar la eficiencia de las explotaciones ganaderas y su gestión. Tenemos una granja en la que se pueden desarrollar en condiciones comerciales test para valorar vacunas, medicación, aditivos para piensos, cualquier cosa que pueda influir en la producción animal. Después tenemos también un equipo de transformación digital en el que se está mejorando la recogida de datos, su análisis y una vez que se desarrollan unos informes, su distribución entre todos los estamentos de cualquier explotación.
Vamos a comer directamente, ¿vale?
Joao Madeira y Pía Sánchez son dos personas muy valiosas e interesantes, que demuestran cada día que la ganadería extensiva es una herramienta fundamental para conservar la vida silvestre y adaptarse a los cambios globales. Joao gestiona el rebaño de ovejas campanisas, que su familia mantiene desde hace generaciones. Es una raza muy antigua y escasa, en serio peligro de extinción. Utiliza un sistema de pastoreo rotatorio y ecológico, que favorece una relación positiva entre animales, plantas y suelos. Me llamo Candelas.
São animais extremamente generosos, que se forem bem tratados, também tratam bem quem os trata bem. É uma raça que, na prática, aqui estão centenas de anos de história, de pessoas como nós tentaram andar por aqui a viver. E é disso que se trata, da interação entre nós, homens, os animais, a pastagem, de forma que consigamos manter esta zona, este território vivo. A fase seguinte é conseguir ter uma boa colocação comercial para estes animais, não só como produtos de uma raça autóctone, mas como biológicos, de forma a que os consumidores consigam perceber o valor e a qualidade e também a história que está detrás daqueles animais. Nós não estamos a vender só os animais, estamos a vender os animais, estamos a vender uma forma de trabalhar e estamos a vender uma história.
Pía gestiona también una finca familiar, donde busca nuevas formas de favorecer la dehesa con ayuda de sus ovejas merinas. Con la biodiversidad, la lucha contra el cambio climático y la sostenibilidad como camino y meta.
podemos potenciar la venta directa de nuestros productos y las cadenas cortas de alimentación, y así evitamos todos los gases que se producen, efecto invernadero, en la cadena de transporte, por ejemplo, a distancias muy largas. Podemos también idear sistemas que ya estamos desarrollando de recogida de aguas. Ese agua torrencial que cae en muy poco espacio de tiempo lo podemos recoger en aljibes o en cisternas, de manera que aseguramos tener agua en las épocas de sequía para dar de beber a nuestros animales. Podemos incrementar la biodiversidad, es fundamental para que todo el ecosistema funcione, que estén todos los elementos vegetales y animales de la cadena trófica. Entonces, aumentando la biodiversidad, nos aseguramos que las plagas van a ser mucho menores. La acción humana es fundamental para mitigar el cambio climático.
Es curioso, después de miles de años de existencia, la actividad ganadera nos sigue ayudando en estos tiempos de incertidumbre. Por eso, hay que apoyarla desde todos los ámbitos. Por ejemplo, conociendo sus beneficios y consumiendo sus productos. Busca los productos de la ganadería extensiva, la ganadería que cuida. Me llamo Candelas y pertenezco a una familia apasionada por la ganadería. Mi abuelo por sus cerdos, mi tío por sus vacas, mi padre por sus asnos peludos y mi madre en general. Ellos me han enseñado el valor de la ganadería que cuida, que transforma recursos renovables en productos maravillosos, que permite que se creen empresas donde más falta hacen, que produce al lado de nuestra casa, porque las cosas que compramos no deberían recorrer el planeta, ropa que nos cuida, alimentos exquisitos y sanos. Una ganadería que evita que los bosques se quemen y que convierte la tierra negra en verde. ¡Qué calor! El clima cada vez es más caluroso, pero estos animales nos ayudan a producir alimentos sin emisiones. Me encanta buscar tesoros ganaderos, los lugares por donde han pasado los rebaños desde hace cientos o incluso miles de años. La ganadería es arte y belleza en movimiento, un hermoso patrimonio que se extiende miles de kilómetros. Una ganadería que cuida.
1, 2, 3.
Que nos enseña a producir conservando la cultura y la vida. Con animales y personas que unen la sabiduría del pasado con nuevas visiones de futuro. Una ganadería de la que dependen muchas empresas y actividades, que nos mima con sus exquisitos productos, que une pasado, presente y futuro, con mucho futuro. Busca los productos de la ganadería extensiva, la ganadería que cuida.
Fíjate el libro, el germen de nuestro proyecto, los coleópteros, los escarabajos.
Así empezamos.
Empezamos.
Hablando de la importancia de recuperar la fauna coprófaga.
Que se está perdiendo.
Sí, que es la que disgrega el estiércol y la que hace pues que pensando en recuperar esta superficie que queda cubierta.
De integrar ese estiércol en el suelo, esa materia orgánica.
Sí. Bueno, esta finca está bien. De hecho, estos son agujeros de los coleópteros coprófagos, porque hay muchas fincas donde realmente no hay nada, pero esta, por ejemplo, hablamos de, en un contexto de cambio climático, en el que va a faltar comida, todo lo que sea ganar esta superficie, que se va cubriendo día a día con el estiércol de los animales, pues era beneficiosa, ¿no?
Sí. Y además perdiéndose que estaba esta fauna coprófaga, precisamente por todo un poco, por la propia, los propios cambios que se estaban realizando en el manejo de estas explotaciones, consecuencia del cambio climático.
No projeto LiveAdapt abordámos muito as boas práticas a utilizar dentro da pecuária extensiva. Fizemos uma compilação das práticas que se utilizam dentro do território que congrega este consórcio, Portugal, Espanha e França, e depois termos uma lista de boas práticas. Dentro de alguns workshops criámos uma priorização das que pareciam mais importantes para as pessoas do setor, associadas ao setor.
Fíjate que estamos a finales de febrero y cómo está el campo, completamente seco. Completamente seco. Hace 4 años, cuando empezamos con esto, pues estos eran episodios, parecía que iba a ser algo de futuro, que no iba a llegar nunca.
Pero cada vez se repiten más. Cada vez hay estas alteraciones del clima normal, medio, cada vez se van encontrando más. Y cada vez llueve menos también, en general, en el cómputo total. Esto lleva ese camino y lo tenemos que asumir.
El problema es doble. Un aumento de las temperaturas máximas y evidentemente un aumento de las temperaturas mínimas, junto con una reducción de las precipitaciones. Eso al final es más aridez.
Totalmente.
Con menos aridez, menos producción forrajera.
Nosotros al inicio del proyecto hicimos una encuesta a 40 ganaderos y les pedimos que identificasen qué efectos veían que el cambio climático estaba teniendo en sus explotaciones. No solo que lo identificasen, sino también que lo jerarquizasen, según ellos entendían el orden de importancia de estos efectos. Entre ellos el agua siempre aparecía como en las primeras posiciones, ¿no? Y de ahí empezamos a diseñar e implementar los pilotos relacionados con la captación y eficiencia del agua en las fincas con modelos en ganadería en extensivo.
En primer lugar tendríamos un depósito enterrado por debajo del nivel de tierra, a nivel de suelo, para permitir la entrada del agua que proviene de una zona que tiene una pequeña pendiente. Tampoco se necesita una pendiente muy grande, y toda esa zona que está por encima, en una altura mayor, está cubierta por una capa de tela asfáltica que impermeabiliza el suelo, y luego está recubierta con unas piedras que actúan de filtro natural y aparte disminuyen el impacto visual que se encuentra en la zona, porque es una piedra muy parecida a la del terreno, con lo cual no destaca. Toda esa agua que está almacenada y se almacena durante el invierno y las épocas de lluvia, luego en el verano cuando se necesita, sale a través de un equipo de bombeo solar, con lo cual es autosuficiente, dispone de un módulo fotovoltaico y un sistema de baterías para almacenar la energía, y la parte electrónica que controla todo este sistema está integrado dentro de una caseta.
Lo que hemos hecho en la charca de la finca del proyecto ha sido cubrir la superficie de las charcas con una estructura flotante para de esa manera evitar la evaporación que se produce en verano.
Esto es todo lo que ha sido capaz de producir el campo desde las primeras lluvias que pudo haber, que cayó algo de lluvia a final de septiembre. Todo esto que está aquí en blanco es la variedad de trébol subterráneo de ciclo corto. Toda esta florecita que se mantiene aquí porque, claro, como es una especie que resiste el pastoreo del ganado, y cualquiera puede pensar, no, es que los animales no han dejado que crezca la comida. No, es que este suelo es tan pobre que que no sirve para otra cosa que no sea pasto. Y precisamente lo que hemos ido buscando es qué plantas puede haber que sin lluvia ninguna sean capaces de florecer y cerrar su ciclo. Que por eso es esta una de las variedades de trébol subterráneo que se han probado.
Son menos productivas, pero son más resistentes.
Jaulas de exclusión lo que nos permiten es saber la producción forrajera que ha habido en la finca, retirando la posibilidad de que el ganado pastoree. En este caso, esta muestra, que es la producción de otoño-invierno de esta parcela, que es pasto natural, aquí no ha habido ningún tipo de intervención por parte del proyecto, nos va a servir para comparar con la producción en las parcelas en las que se ha introducido las distintas variedades de trébol subterráneo. A su vez, esto luego en el laboratorio también se analiza su composición para saber el valor nutritivo que tiene y qué le va a aportar al ganado.
Como estamos implementando medidas contra el cambio climático, una de las medidas que estamos haciendo es medir los gases de efecto invernadero que se producen por la deposición de orina y heces en el suelo de la dehesa, en este caso.
Yo creo que ya puede entrar, ¿no?
Si es que además el problema es que como desaparezca la ganadería extensiva, pues mantener el equilibrio de estos sistemas es imposible.
Y fundamentalmente ese equilibrio que tenemos que mantener o revitalizar en estos espacios es lo que curiosamente nos va a ayudar a contribuir en la mitigación de este cambio climático. No solo eso, sino que una vez que desaparecen las personas que podían vivir de aquí, con lo cual todavía se incrementa esta despoblación tan enorme que se está ocasionando en muchas zonas de interior.
Es muy importante entender que ante un escenario tan complicado como el que dibuja el cambio climático y en un sector tan relacionado con el territorio y tan sensible a todas estas variaciones, cualquier solución que se intente aplicar tiene que venir del conjunto del sector, del conjunto de la sociedad, ¿no? Entonces, por eso ese afán, esa prioridad a que el desarrollo de este proceso de planificación, de este plan de acción para la adaptación de la ganadería extensiva sea muy participado y también que recoja las particularidades de cada uno de los países que participan en el proyecto.
Bueno, pues esta acción dentro de la LiveAdapt lo que consiste es en elaborar un plan estratégico de adaptación de la ganadería extensiva al cambio climático. Entonces, lo que estamos haciendo es intentar recoger a partir de procesos participativos en que intentamos que sea multiactor las recomendaciones que luego podamos trasladar como resultado de este proyecto y que podamos trasladar pues, a las autoridades, a gestores nacionales e internacionales.
Hemos hecho 5 cursos, tanto en España como en Portugal, que han ido pues desde temas muy sencillos como una primera introducción a qué es ganadería extensiva, cambio climático y cómo se relacionan, hasta el último curso ya de un nivel más técnico que bueno, es la planificación a la adaptación de todo un territorio, ¿no? De una región.
A DPM no projeto também trabalhou diretamente na ação C6 relacionada com políticas e participação pública e nesta ação em particular o projeto serviu para a constituição do Centro de Competência do Pastoreio Extensivo, portanto uma entidade que reúne a diferentes atores a nível nacional e espalhados por todo o país, ligados à parte de investigação, ligados à parte do associativismo, etc., que o que faz, no fundo, criar um grupo de entidades e pessoas comprometidas com aquilo que é o pastoreio extensivo em Portugal.
Con esta aplicación podemos controlar todos los eventos que se producen en la finca, ¿vale? Desde el censo, con la parte de compras, de bajas, de ventas que se producen en la explotación.
Estamos con un sistema productivo que hay que elevarlo a su dimensión del valor ambiental que tiene. Porque, a ver, ¿qué sistema hay que además de generar comida y toda la riqueza que tiene, beneficia a toda la sociedad desde el punto de vista medioambiental, aunque no consuma sus productos? Porque hay otro sistema, bueno, que tú eres consumidor, pero este sin ser consumidor te beneficia porque está ayudando a la mitigación del cambio climático, que realmente es un problema que nos afecta a todos.
Quais são os benefícios da pecuária extensiva? Ou, na verdade, qual é a diferença entre a pecuária extensiva e a pecuária intensiva? Como é que os consumidores podem chegar a esta carne? E porquê é que eles devem escolher esta carne e não outra? Bom, para tentarmos responder a estas questões, nós na ADPM juntámos-nos ao projeto e estamos a fazer todas as ações da campanha de marketing em Portugal. Além dos vídeos que podem facilmente encontrar, procurando a conversa entre o prado e o prato, também temos uma série de sessões abertas ao público em que vamos visitar proprietários, convidar produtores, vamos ter sessões de show cooking. Portanto, a ideia é mostrar a toda a gente que a pecuária extensiva é um investimento no nosso futuro. É uma pecuária que produz com respeito e protege o amanhã.
Ellos me han enseñado el valor de la ganadería que cuida, que une pasado, presente y futuro, con mucho futuro.
Encontramos los distintos subapartados, como
eso es lo que
está
está
bien en el
ahora
momento de la hoja F, que son las explicaciones, agua.
Si queréis alguna indicación o lo que sea, decirlo ahora para que lo incluyamos.
Pastoreo, razas,
vale.
modernización, suelo y territorio,
Si los plazos
movimiento de ganado,
esa sería una de las cosas
comercialización, control y manejo de productos, sanidad.
La Universidad de Córdoba es el socio coordinador del proyecto y es la responsable de la acción relacionada con biodiversidad y mejora de la producción forrajera y de las condiciones sanitarias de los pastos. También la Universidad de Córdoba lleva la campaña de marketing y la acción relacionada con modelos de negocio, que es una de las formas de ayudar a mejorar la ganadería extensiva, diferenciarla y aumentar su rentabilidad.
Alors moi je travaille à l'Institut de l'élevage en France, donc ILEL. Nous sommes un institut technique qui est présent dans tout le pays et qui accompagne les éleveurs d'herbivores dans de nombreux domaines d'activité, et notamment dans leur adaptation face au changement climatique et dans l'atténuation aussi de leurs impacts sur celui-ci. Donc dans le projet LiveAdapt, on est chargé de la déclinaison en France des différentes activités, d'une part, et aussi surtout de la coordination de l'action autour des pratiques d'adaptation au changement climatique, ce qui consiste notamment dans la rédaction de plus de 40 fiches techniques qui ont été réparties entre les différents partenaires du projet. Et ça va permettre d'échanger sur ces pratiques et sur des innovations entre les 3 pays qui sont représentés dans le projet.
ADPM, Associação de Defesa de Mértola, com sede em Portugal, é uma das entidades parceiras do projeto. Somos responsáveis pela ação relacionada com a implementação e com a disseminação técnica do projeto. Portanto, temos todas aquelas componentes que é passar a informação do resultado do projeto, quer em Portugal, quer nos outros países envolvidos. E, além disso, colaboramos em todo aquilo que é a implementação do projeto do lado português. Portanto, colaboramos naquilo que é o apoio à formação específica do setor, não é? Junto com a Quercus, mas também trabalhamos e apoiamos a implementação no campo, monitorização no campo, as áreas piloto que foram identificadas, e também temos um trabalho importante naquilo que é a parte relacionada com as políticas, portanto que é procurar uma coesão do setor, identificar as necessidades e trabalhar em soluções.
FEDESA es casi una necesidad porque somos la única entidad en España que representa a la dehesa. Y en este proyecto lo que llevamos es el área de comunicación y diseminación de toda la parte que necesita el proyecto ser visualizado, ¿no? Porque es muy importante no solo lo que hacemos, sino trasladar también todo lo que hacemos para que la gente conozca la ganadería extensiva y sus necesidades.
Lo que hay es que solo con los cursos de España y Portugal llegaremos a unos aproximadamente 800 personas, ¿no? Que es un impacto bastante grande.
Hola, la Fundación Entre Tantos es una entidad sin ánimo de lucro que se dedica fundamentalmente a procesos de participación. En el proyecto LiveAdapt está encargada sobre todo de dos aspectos muy importantes del contacto con otras personas. Por un lado, la formación. Estamos desarrollando una serie de cursos que componen un programa formativo bastante en profundidad sobre la adaptación de la ganadería extensiva al cambio climático, y por otro lado nos dedicamos también a la transferencia del conocimiento, es decir, a intentar transmitir los resultados del proyecto en forma de recomendaciones políticas, de planes de acción, y buscando un poco pues, que haya una utilidad real detrás de todas las actividades que se han realizado.
Y antes de daros la palabra, solo otra cosa más, que es si vamos a invitar o no un miembro del Parlamento Europeo para acoger el evento. Muchas veces esto suele pasar y esta es la única forma de tener parlamentarios y comisarios o personas que trabajan en la Comisión Europea juntos discutiendo.
Nosotros somos Innovación Ambiental. Somos una empresa de ingeniería ambiental que se centra en el desarrollo de proyectos e iniciativas sostenibles, principalmente en los ámbitos del medio ambiente, la energía, la agricultura, movilidad y patrimonio cultural, entre otras. Dentro del marco de estas iniciativas está el proyecto LiveAdapt, en el cual nosotros tenemos un rol principal como coordinadores en el desarrollo y testeo de soluciones innovadoras para la gestión eficiente del agua en campo. Asimismo, coordinamos la monitorización de impactos socioeconómicos y ambientales del proyecto y apoyamos al resto de socios en la identificación y transferencia de buenas prácticas a ganaderos, formación y también mejora de procesos para la mejora de políticas en este ámbito.
A COERC, a Associação Nacional de Conservação da Natureza, em Portugal, ajuda neste projeto, principalmente no processo participativo. Estamos a participar no desenvolvimento deste ciclo de formação que está a decorrer diretamente com as pessoas do setor e também alguns questionários para podermos compilar as informações que vamos recebendo dos produtores portugueses.
Não está esquecido. Olvidado, no está olvidado.
Picture for Europa es una consultora que está ubicada en Segovia y que lleva desde el año 2000 tratando de aportar soluciones para mejorar la eficiencia de las explotaciones ganaderas y su gestión. Tenemos una granja en la que se pueden desarrollar en condiciones comerciales test para valorar vacunas, medicación, aditivos para piensos, cualquier cosa que pueda influir en la producción animal. Después tenemos también un equipo de transformación digital en el que se está mejorando la recogida de datos, su análisis y una vez que se desarrollan unos informes, su distribución entre todos los estamentos de cualquier explotación.
Vamos a comer directamente, ¿vale?
Joao Madeira y Pía Sánchez son dos personas muy valiosas e interesantes, que demuestran cada día que la ganadería extensiva es una herramienta fundamental para conservar la vida silvestre y adaptarse a los cambios globales. Joao gestiona el rebaño de ovejas campanisas, que su familia mantiene desde hace generaciones. Es una raza muy antigua y escasa, en serio peligro de extinción. Utiliza un sistema de pastoreo rotatorio y ecológico, que favorece una relación positiva entre animales, plantas y suelos. Me llamo Candelas.
São animais extremamente generosos, que se forem bem tratados, também tratam bem quem os trata bem. É uma raça que, na prática, aqui estão centenas de anos de história, de pessoas como nós tentaram andar por aqui a viver. E é disso que se trata, da interação entre nós, homens, os animais, a pastagem, de forma que consigamos manter esta zona, este território vivo. A fase seguinte é conseguir ter uma boa colocação comercial para estes animais, não só como produtos de uma raça autóctone, mas como biológicos, de forma a que os consumidores consigam perceber o valor e a qualidade e também a história que está detrás daqueles animais. Porque nós não estamos a vender só os animais, estamos a vender os animais, estamos a vender uma forma de trabalhar e estamos a vender uma historia.
Pia gestiona también una finca familiar, donde busca nuevas formas de favorecer la dehesa con ayuda de sus ovejas merinas. Con la biodiversidad, la lucha contra el cambio climático y la sostenibilidad como camino y meta.
Podemos potenciar la venta directa de nuestros productos y las cadenas cortas de alimentación y así evitamos todos los gases que se producen, efecto invernadero en la cadena de transportes, por ejemplo, a distancias muy largas. Podemos también idear sistemas que ya estamos desarrollando de recogida de aguas. Ese agua torrencial que cae en muy poco espacio de tiempo lo podemos recoger en aljibes o en cisternas, de manera que aseguramos tener agua en las épocas de sequía para dar de beber a nuestros animales. Podemos incrementar la biodiversidad, es fundamental para que todo el ecosistema funcione, que estén todos los elementos vegetales y animales de la cadena trófica. Entonces, aumentando la biodiversidad nos aseguramos que las plagas van a ser mucho menores. La acción humana es fundamental para mitigar el cambio climático.
Es curioso, después de miles de años de existencia, la actividad ganadera nos sigue ayudando en estos tiempos de incertidumbre. Por eso hay que apoyarla desde todos los ámbitos. Por ejemplo, conociendo sus beneficios y consumiendo sus productos. Busca los productos de la ganadería extensiva, la ganadería que cuida. Me llamo Candelas y pertenezco a una familia apasionada por la ganadería. Mi abuelo por sus cerdos, mi tío por sus vacas, mi padre por sus asnos peludos y mi madre en general. Ellos me han enseñado el valor de la ganadería que cuida, que transforma recursos renovables en productos maravillosos, que permite que se creen empresas donde más falta hacen, que produce al lado de nuestra casa, porque las cosas que compramos no deberían recorrer el planeta, ropa que nos cuida, alimentos exquisitos y sanos. Una ganadería que evita que los bosques se quemen y que convierte la tierra negra en verde. ¡Qué calor! El clima cada vez es más caluroso, pero estos animales nos ayudan a producir alimentos sin emisiones. Me encanta buscar tesoros ganaderos, los lugares por donde han pasado los rebaños desde hace cientos o incluso miles de años. La ganadería es arte y belleza en movimiento, un hermoso patrimonio que se extiende miles de kilómetros. Una ganadería que cuida.
1, 2, 3.
Que nos enseña a producir conservando la cultura y la vida. Con animales y personas que unen la sabiduría del pasado con nuevas visiones de futuro. Una ganadería de la que dependen muchas empresas y actividades, que nos mima con sus exquisitos productos, que une pasado, presente y futuro, con mucho futuro. Busca los productos de la ganadería extensiva, la ganadería que cuida.
el libro, el germen de nuestro proyecto, los coleópteros, los escarabajos.
Así empezamos.
Empezamos.
Hablando de la importancia de recuperar la fauna coprófaga.
Que se está perdiendo.
Sí, que es la que disgrega el estiércol y la que hace pues que pensando en recuperar esta superficie que queda cubierta.
Y de integrar ese estiércol en el suelo, esa materia orgánica.
Sí, bueno, esta finca está bien. De hecho, estos son agujeros de los coleópteros coprófagos, porque hay muchas fincas donde realmente no hay nada, pero esta por ejemplo, hablamos de, en un contexto de cambio climático, en el que va a faltar comida, todo lo que sea ganar esta superficie, que se va cubriendo día a día con el estiércol de los animales, pues era beneficiosa, ¿no?
Sí. Y además perdiéndose que estaba esta fauna coprófaga, precisamente por todo un poco, por la propia, los propios cambios que se estaban realizando en el manejo de estas explotaciones, consecuencia del cambio climático.
No projeto LiveAdapt abordámos muito as boas práticas a utilizar dentro da pecuária extensiva. Fizemos uma compilação das práticas que se utilizam dentro do território que congrega este consórcio, Portugal, Espanha e França, e depois termos uma lista de boas práticas. Dentro de alguns workshops criámos uma priorização das que pareciam mais importantes para as pessoas do setor, associadas ao setor.
Fíjate que estamos a final de febrero y cómo está el campo, completamente seco. Completamente seco. Hace 4 años, cuando empezamos con esto, pues estos eran episodios, parecía que iba a ser algo de futuro, que no iba a llegar nunca.
Pero cada vez se repiten más. Cada vez hay estas alteraciones del clima normal, medio, cada vez se van encontrando más. Y cada vez llueve menos también, en general, en el cómputo total. Esto lleva ese camino y lo tenemos que asumir.
No, el problema es doble. Un aumento de las temperaturas máximas y evidentemente un aumento de las temperaturas mínimas, junto con una reducción de las precipitaciones. Eso al final es más aridez.
Totalmente.
Con menos aridez, menos producción forrajera.
Nosotros al inicio del proyecto hicimos una encuesta a 40 ganaderos y les pedimos que identificasen qué efectos veían que el cambio climático estaba teniendo en sus explotaciones. No solo que lo identificasen, sino también que lo jerarquizasen, según ellos entendían el orden de importancia de estos efectos. Entre ellos el agua siempre aparecía como en las primeras posiciones, ¿no? Y de ahí empezamos a diseñar e implementar los pilotos relacionados con la captación y eficiencia del agua en las fincas con modelos en ganadería en extensivo.
En primer lugar tendríamos un depósito enterrado por debajo del nivel de tierra, a nivel de suelo, para permitir la entrada del agua que proviene de una zona que tiene una pequeña pendiente. Tampoco se necesita una pendiente muy grande, y toda esa zona que está por encima, en una altura mayor, está cubierta por una capa de tela asfáltica que impermeabiliza el suelo, y luego está recubierta con unas piedras que actúan de filtro natural y aparte disminuyen el impacto visual que se encuentra en la zona, porque es una piedra muy parecida a la del terreno, con lo cual no destaca. Toda esa agua que está almacenada y se almacena durante el invierno y las épocas de lluvia, luego en el verano cuando se necesita, sale a través de un equipo de bombeo solar, con lo cual es autosuficiente, dispone de un módulo fotovoltaico y un sistema de baterías para almacenar la energía, y la parte electrónica que controla todo este sistema está integrado dentro de una caseta.
Lo que hemos hecho en la charca de la finca del proyecto ha sido cubrir la superficie de las charcas con una estructura flotante para de esa manera evitar la evaporación que se produce en verano.
Esto es todo lo que ha sido capaz de producir el campo desde las primeras lluvias que pudo haber, que cayó algo de lluvia a final de septiembre. Todo esto que está aquí en blanco es la variedad de trébol subterráneo de ciclo corto. Toda esta florecita que se mantiene aquí porque, claro, como es una especie que resiste el pastoreo del ganado, y cualquiera puede pensar, no, es que los animales no han dejado que crezca la comida. No, no, es que este suelo es tan pobre que no sirve para otra cosa que no sea pasto. Y precisamente lo que hemos ido buscando es qué plantas puede haber que sin lluvia ninguna sean capaces de florecer y cerrar su ciclo. Que por eso es esta una de las variedades de trébol subterráneo que se han probado.
Son menos productivas, pero son más resistentes.
Jaulas de exclusión lo que nos permiten es saber la producción forrajera que ha habido en la finca, retirando la posibilidad de que el ganado pastoree. En este caso, esta muestra, que es la producción de otoño-invierno de esta parcela, que es pasto natural, aquí no ha habido ningún tipo de intervención por parte del proyecto, nos va a servir para comparar con la producción en las parcelas en las que se ha introducido las distintas variedades de trébol subterráneo. A su vez, esto luego en el laboratorio también se analiza su composición para saber el valor nutritivo que tiene y qué le va a aportar al ganado.
Como estamos implementando medidas contra el cambio climático, una de las medidas que estamos haciendo es medir los gases de efecto invernadero que se producen por la deposición de orina y heces en el suelo de la dehesa, en este caso.
Yo creo que ya puede entrar, ¿no?
Si es que además el problema es que como desaparezca la ganadería extensiva, pues mantener el equilibrio de estos sistemas es imposible.
Y fundamentalmente ese equilibrio que tenemos que mantener o revitalizar en estos espacios es lo que curiosamente nos va a ayudar a contribuir en la mitigación de este cambio climático. No solo eso, sino que una vez que desaparecen las personas que podían vivir de aquí, con lo cual todavía se incrementa esta despoblación tan enorme que se está ocasionando en muchas zonas de interior.
Es muy importante entender que ante un escenario tan complicado como el que dibuja el cambio climático y en un sector tan relacionado con el territorio y tan sensible a todas estas variaciones, cualquier solución que se intente aplicar tiene que venir del conjunto del sector, del conjunto de la sociedad, ¿no? Entonces, por eso ese afán, esa prioridad a que el desarrollo de este proceso de planificación, de este plan de acción para la adaptación de la ganadería extensiva sea muy participado y también que recoja las particularidades de cada uno de los países que participan en el proyecto.
Bueno, pues esta acción dentro de la LiveAdapt lo que consiste es en elaborar un plan estratégico de adaptación de la ganadería extensiva al cambio climático. Entonces, lo que estamos haciendo es intentar recoger a partir de procesos participativos en que intentamos que sea multiactor las recomendaciones que luego podamos trasladar como resultado de este proyecto y que podamos trasladar pues, a las autoridades, a gestores nacionales e internacionales.
Hemos hecho 5 cursos, tanto en España como en Portugal, que han ido pues desde temas muy sencillos como una primera introducción a qué es ganadería extensiva, cambio climático y cómo se relacionan, hasta el último curso ya de un nivel más técnico que bueno, es la planificación a la adaptación de todo un territorio, ¿no? De una región.
A DPM, no projeto também trabalhou diretamente na ação C6, relacionada com políticas e participação pública, e nesta ação em particular o projeto serviu para a constituição do Centro de Competência e o Pastoreio Extensivo. Portanto, uma entidade que reúne a diferentes atores a nível nacional e espalhados por todo o país, ligados à parte de investigação, ligados à parte do associativismo, etc., que o que faz, no fundo, criar grupo de entidades e pessoas comprometidas com aquilo que é o pastoreio extensivo em Portugal.
Con esta aplicación podemos controlar todos los eventos que se producen en la finca, ¿vale? Desde el censo, con la parte de compras, de bajas, de ventas que se producen en la explotación.
Estamos con un sistema productivo que hay que elevarlo a su dimensión del valor ambiental que tiene. Porque, a ver, ¿qué sistema hay que además de generar comida y toda la riqueza que tiene, beneficia a toda la sociedad desde el punto de vista medioambiental, aunque no consuma sus productos. Porque hay otro sistema, bueno, que tú eres consumidor, pero este sin ser consumidor te beneficia, porque está ayudando a la mitigación del cambio climático, que realmente es un problema que nos afecta a todos.
Quais são os benefícios da pecuária extensiva? Ou, na verdade, qual é a diferença entre a pecuária extensiva e a pecuária intensiva? Como é que os consumidores podem chegar a esta carne? E porquê é que eles devem escolher esta carne e não outra? Bom, para tentarmos responder a estas questões, nós na ADPM juntámos-nos ao projeto e estamos a fazer todas as ações da campanha de marketing em Portugal. Além dos vídeos que podem facilmente encontrar, procurando a conversa entre o prado e o prato, também temos uma série de sessões abertas ao público em que vamos visitar proprietários, convidar produtores, vamos ter sessões de show cooking. Portanto, a ideia é mostrar a toda a gente que a pecuária extensiva é um investimento no nosso futuro. É uma pecuária que produz com respeito y protege o amanhã.
Ellos me han enseñado el valor de la ganadería que cuida, que une pasado, presente y futuro, con mucho futuro.
Encontramos los distintos subapartados, como
eso es lo que está
en el
ahora
momento de la hoja F, que son certificaciones, agua.
Si queréis alguna indicación o lo que sea, decirlo ahora para que lo incluyamos.
Pastoreo, razas,
vale.
modernización, suelo y territorio,
Si los plazos
movimiento de ganado,
esa sería una de las cosas que
comercialización, control y manejo de productos, sanidad.
La Universidad de Córdoba es el socio coordinador del proyecto y es la responsable de la acción relacionada con biodiversidad y mejora de la producción forrajera y de las condiciones sanitarias de los pastos. También la Universidad de Córdoba lleva la campaña de marketing y la acción relacionada con modelos de negocio, que es una de las formas de ayudar a mejorar la ganadería extensiva, diferenciarla y aumentar su rentabilidad.
Alors moi je travaille à l'Institut de l'élevage en France, donc ILEL. Nous sommes un institut technique qui est présent dans tout le pays et qui accompagne les éleveurs d'herbivores dans de nombreux domaines d'activité, et notamment dans leur adaptation face au changement climatique et dans l'atténuation aussi de leurs impacts sur celui-ci. Donc dans le projet LiveAdapt, on est chargé de la déclinaison en France des différentes activités, d'une part, et aussi surtout de la coordination de l'action autour des pratiques d'adaptation au changement climatique, ce qui consiste notamment dans la rédaction de plus de 40 fiches techniques qui ont été réparties entre les différents partenaires du projet. Et ça va permettre d'échanger sur ces pratiques et sur des innovations entre les 3 pays qui sont représentés dans le projet.
ADPM, Associação de Defesa de Mértola, com sede em Portugal, é uma das entidades parceiras do projeto. Somos responsáveis pela ação relacionada com a implementação e com a disseminação técnica do projeto. Portanto, temos todas aquelas componentes que é passar a informação do resultado do projeto, quer em Portugal, quer em outros países envolvidos. E, além disso, colaboramos em todo aquilo que é a implementação do projeto do lado português. Portanto, colaboramos naquilo que é o apoio à formação específica do setor, não é? Junto com a Quercus, mas também trabalhamos e apoiamos a implementação no campo, monitorização no campo, as áreas piloto que foram identificadas, e também temos um trabalho importante naquilo que é a parte relacionada com as políticas, portanto que é procurar uma coesão do setor, identificar as necessidades e trabalhar em soluções.
Pero esa es casi una necesidad porque somos la única entidad en España que representa a la dehesa. Y en este proyecto lo que llevamos es el área de comunicación y diseminación de toda la parte que necesita el proyecto ser visualizado, ¿no? Porque es muy importante no solo lo que hacemos, sino trasladar también todo lo que hacemos para que la gente conozca la ganadería extensiva y sus necesidades.
Lo que hay es que solo con los cursos de España y Portugal llegaremos a unos aproximadamente 800 personas, ¿no? Que es un impacto bastante grande.
Hola, la Fundación Entre Tantos es una entidad sin ánimo de lucro que se dedica fundamentalmente a procesos de participación. En el proyecto LiveAdapt está encargada sobre todo de dos aspectos muy importantes del contacto con otras personas. Por un lado, la formación. Estamos desarrollando una serie de cursos que componen un programa formativo bastante en profundidad sobre la adaptación de la ganadería extensiva al cambio climático. Y por otro lado, nos dedicamos también a la transferencia del conocimiento, es decir, a intentar transmitir los resultados del proyecto en forma de recomendaciones políticas, de planes de acción y buscando un poco pues, que haya una utilidad real detrás de todas las actividades que se han realizado.
Y antes de daros la palabra, solo otra cosa más, que es si vamos a invitar o no un miembro del Parlamento Europeo para acoger el evento. Muchas veces esto suele pasar y esta es como la única forma de tener parlamentarios y comisarios o personas que trabajan en la Comisión Europea juntos discutiendo.
Nosotros somos Innovación Ambiental. Somos una empresa de ingeniería ambiental que se centra en el desarrollo de proyectos e iniciativas sostenibles, principalmente en los ámbitos del medio ambiente, la energía, la agricultura, movilidad y patrimonio cultural, entre otras. Dentro del marco de estas iniciativas está el proyecto LiveAdapt, en el cual nosotros tenemos un rol principal como coordinadores en el desarrollo y testeo de soluciones innovadoras para la gestión eficiente del agua en campo. Asimismo, coordinamos la monitorización de impactos socioeconómicos y ambientales del proyecto y apoyamos al resto de socios en la identificación y transferencia de buenas prácticas a ganaderos, formación y también mejora de procesos para la mejora de políticas en este ámbito.
A COERC, a Associação Nacional de Conservação da Natureza, em Portugal, ajuda neste projeto, principalmente no processo participativo. Estamos a participar no desenvolvimento deste ciclo de formação que está a decorrer diretamente com as pessoas do setor e também alguns questionários para podermos compilar as informações que vamos recebendo dos produtores portugueses.
Não está esquecido. Olvidado, no está olvidado.
Picton Pro Europa es una consultora que está ubicada en Segovia y que lleva desde el año 2000 tratando de aportar soluciones para mejorar la eficiencia de las explotaciones ganaderas y su gestión. Tenemos una granja en la que se pueden desarrollar en condiciones comerciales test para valorar vacunas, medicación, aditivos para piensos, cualquier cosa que pueda influir en la producción animal. Después tenemos también un equipo de transformación digital en el que se está mejorando la recogida de datos, su análisis y una vez que se desarrollan unos informes, su distribución entre todos los estamentos de cualquier explotación.
Vamos a comer directamente, ¿vale?
Joao Madeira y Pía Sánchez son dos personas muy valiosas e interesantes, que demuestran cada día que la ganadería extensiva es una herramienta fundamental para conservar la vida silvestre y adaptarse a los cambios globales. Joao gestiona el rebaño de ovejas campanisas, que su familia mantiene desde hace generaciones. Es una raza muy antigua y escasa, en serio peligro de extinción. Utiliza un sistema de pastoreo rotatorio y ecológico, que favorece una relación positiva entre animales, plantas y suelos. Me llamo Candelas.
São animais extremamente generosos, que se forem bem tratados, também tratam bem quem os trata bem. É uma raça que, na prática, aqui estão centenas de anos de história, de pessoas como nós tentaram andar por aqui a viver. E é disso que se trata, da interação entre nós, homens, os animais, a pastagem, de forma a que consigamos manter esta zona, este território vivo. A fase seguinte é conseguir ter uma boa colocação comercial para estes animais, não só como produtos de uma raça autóctone, mas como biológicos, de forma a que os consumidores consigam perceber o valor e a qualidade e também a história que está detrás daqueles animais. Nós não estamos a vender só os animais, estamos a vender os animais, estamos a vender uma forma de trabalhar e estamos a vender uma história.
Pia gestiona también una finca familiar, donde busca nuevas formas de favorecer la dehesa con ayuda de sus ovejas merinas. Con la biodiversidad, la lucha contra el cambio climático y la sostenibilidad como camino y meta.
Podemos potenciar la venta directa de nuestros productos y las cadenas cortas de alimentación y así evitamos todos los gases que se producen efecto invernadero en la cadena de transportes, por ejemplo, a distancias muy largas. Podemos también idear sistemas que ya estamos desarrollando de recogida de aguas. Ese agua torrencial que cae en muy poco espacio de tiempo lo podemos recoger en aljibes o en cisternas, de manera que aseguramos tener agua en las épocas de sequía para dar de beber a nuestros animales. Podemos incrementar la biodiversidad, es fundamental para que todo el ecosistema funcione, que estén todos los elementos vegetales y animales de la cadena trófica. Entonces, aumentando la biodiversidad nos aseguramos que las plagas van a ser mucho menores. La acción humana es fundamental para mitigar el cambio climático.
Es curioso, después de miles de años de existencia, la actividad ganadera nos sigue ayudando en estos tiempos de incertidumbre. Por eso hay que apoyarla desde todos los ámbitos. Por ejemplo, conociendo sus beneficios y consumiendo sus productos. Busca los productos de la ganadería extensiva, la ganadería que cuida. Me llamo Candelas y pertenezco a una familia apasionada por la ganadería. Mi abuelo por sus cerdos, mi tío por sus vacas, mi padre por sus asnos peludos y mi madre en general. Ellos me han enseñado el valor de la ganadería que cuida, que transforma recursos renovables en productos maravillosos, que permite que se creen empresas donde más falta hacen, que produce al lado de nuestra casa, porque las cosas que compramos no deberían recorrer el planeta, ropa que nos cuida, alimentos exquisitos y sanos. Una ganadería que evita que los bosques se quemen y que convierte la tierra negra en verde. ¡Qué calor! El clima cada vez es más caluroso, pero estos animales nos ayudan a producir alimentos sin emisiones. Me encanta buscar tesoros ganaderos, los lugares por donde han pasado los rebaños desde hace cientos o incluso miles de años. La ganadería es arte y belleza en movimiento, un hermoso patrimonio que se extiende miles de kilómetros. Una ganadería que cuida.
1, 2, 3.
Que nos enseña a producir conservando la cultura y la vida. Con animales y personas que unen la sabiduría del pasado con nuevas visiones de futuro. Una ganadería de la que dependen muchas empresas y actividades, que nos mima con sus exquisitos productos. que une pasado, presente y futuro, con mucho futuro. Busca los productos de la ganadería extensiva, la ganadería que cuida.
Fíjate el libro, el germen de nuestro proyecto, los coleópteros, los escarabajos.
Así empezamos.
Empezamos.
Hablando de la importancia de recuperar la fauna coprófaga.
Que se está perdiendo.
Sí, que es la que disgrega el estiércol y la que hace pues que pensando en recuperar esta superficie que queda cubierta,
De integrar ese estiércol en el suelo, esa materia orgánica.
Sí, bueno, esta finca está bien. De hecho, estos son agujeros de los coleópteros coprófagos, porque hay muchas fincas donde realmente no hay nada, pero esta, por ejemplo, hablamos de, en un contexto de cambio climático, en el que va a faltar comida, todo lo que sea ganar esta superficie, que se va cubriendo día a día con el estiércol de los animales, pues era beneficiosa, ¿no?
Sí. Y además perdiéndose que estaba esta fauna coprófaga, precisamente por todo un poco, por la propia, los propios cambios que se estaban realizando en el manejo de estas explotaciones, consecuencia del cambio climático.
No projeto LiveAdapt abordámos muito as boas práticas a utilizar dentro da pecuária extensiva. Fizemos uma compilação das práticas que se utilizam dentro do território que congrega este consórcio, Portugal, Espanha e França, e depois temos uma lista de boas práticas. Dentro de alguns workshops criámos uma priorização das que pareciam mais importantes para as pessoas do setor, associadas ao setor.
Fíjate que estamos a finales de febrero y cómo está el campo, completamente seco. Completamente seco. Hace 4 años, cuando empezamos con esto, pues estos eran episodios, parecía que iba a ser algo de futuro, que no iba a llegar nunca.
Pero cada vez se repiten más. Cada vez hay estas alteraciones del clima normal, medio, cada vez se van encontrando más. Y cada vez llueve menos también, en general, en el cómputo total. Esto lleva ese camino y lo tenemos que asumir.
No, el problema es doble. Un aumento de las temperaturas máximas y evidentemente un aumento de las temperaturas mínimas, junto con una reducción de las precipitaciones. Eso al final es más aridez.
Totalmente.
Con menos aridez, menos producción forrajera.
Nosotros al inicio del proyecto hicimos una encuesta a 40 ganaderos y les pedimos que identificasen qué efectos veían que el cambio climático estaba teniendo en sus explotaciones. No solo que lo identificasen, sino también que lo jerarquizasen, según ellos entendían el orden de importancia de estos efectos. Entre ellos el agua siempre aparecía como en las primeras posiciones, ¿no? Y de ahí empezamos a diseñar e implementar los pilotos relacionados con la captación y eficiencia del agua en las fincas con modelos en ganadería en extensivo.
En primer lugar, tendríamos un depósito enterrado por debajo del nivel de tierra, a nivel de suelo, para permitir la entrada del agua que proviene de una zona que tiene una pequeña pendiente. Tampoco se necesita una pendiente muy grande, y toda esa zona que está por encima, en una altura mayor, está cubierta por una capa de tela asfáltica que impermeabiliza el suelo, y luego está recubierta con unas piedras que actúan de filtro natural y aparte disminuyen el impacto visual que se encuentra en la zona, porque es una piedra muy parecida a la del terreno, con lo cual no destaca. Toda esa agua que está almacenada y se almacena durante el invierno y las épocas de lluvia, luego en el verano cuando se necesita, sale a través de un equipo de bombeo solar, con lo cual es autosuficiente, dispone de un módulo fotovoltaico y un sistema de baterías para almacenar la energía, y la parte electrónica que controla todo este sistema está integrado dentro de una caseta.
Lo que hemos hecho en la charca de la finca del proyecto ha sido cubrir la superficie de las charcas con una estructura flotante para de esa manera evitar la evaporación que se produce en verano.
Tú eres ganadero, por eso.
Sois todos internacionales, siempre habéis sido. Yo no sé cómo que...
No sé, habrá que dejarlo y habrá alguien que preside eso. Bueno, hola, creo que hemos hablado antes. Sí, vale.
Yo estoy bien aquí, ¿no? Sí, este es mi nombre.
Ganadero. Son los que saben, realmente.
Los que saben,
los que están pegados al sur.
No viene. Es que desde hace unos pocos de años, 10 años, se hablaba del cambio climático así un poquito como de futuro. Que cuando te das cuenta estamos ya en unos niveles de cambios. Lo que contábamos de esta mañana yo estoy en ganadera central también. Es que sigue mal de agua. Yo hace desde el 10 de junio no entra una gota de agua en mi ciudad. Ha llovido, en septiembre han caído 10 litros, pero ni los pozos, mira, la fuente bien la cero.
Hola. Por favor, ¿pueden encender los micrófonos de sala?
El de sala sí está.
Perdón,
Hola. Ya.
Hello, can you turn your microphones on, please?
Ay, madre. Bueno, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Apologies for the delay. Those of you who were here at 3 and have had to wait, I'm sorry, and also apologies to those people who are following us online. The problem is that we were late during the morning and we have been accumulating this delay. I'm going to start the panel on water and extensive livestock, but I wanted to make 3 logistic notes. First, someone lost a cell phone. If someone finds a cell phone, please give it to the organizers. On the other hand, for those of you who just arrived, there's interpretation. Some of the presentations will be in English, so if you need your headphones outside, please get the cell phones and you will be able to have interpretation. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce myself and we are going to start the water panel. My name is Patricia Mora. I'm the Director of Innovación Ambiental, Innogestión Ambiental. It's a company that is headquartered in Extremadura, but thanks to remote work, part of our workers are in different parts of Spain and Portugal. We have been present in different activities, but the one that we have paid more attention are the water projects. I'm going to tell you about our pilot projects on water. So I'm going to devote a few minutes to tell you why we are talking about water in this Congress, and I will also tell you about what we have done in the LiveAdapt project on water, how far we have gotten in the field of water. We are going to talk about governance, about the problems that farmers have, good practices, training, and our pilots. A few facts. These are very general facts, very generic. They may even be outdated because they are from last year. As you know, probably things are worse this year. The European Environmental Agency estimates that 20% of European territory has been affected by hydric stress, and this affects 30% of European population at least. It is considered that drought periods can cost around 9 billion euro. That's just an approximate figure because this doesn't take into account the damages to natural ecosystems and other services connected to water. In Southern Europe, the situation, as you know, is worse because there's a high seasonality, there's high peak demand in the summer, and the situation where agricultural and urban pressure for uses like tourism aggravate the water scarcity. So I'm going to give you an overview about the European position. It is understood that there is a framework directive, and there are some recommendations from the Commission about the water scarcity and drought situation that should be sufficient for us to adapt and to collectively overcome this situation. But it is admitted, and I'm sure this is going to be mentioned in the panel, that the application of this directive is being too slow to achieve the environmental goals and even the survival in some sectors. On the other hand, we also have the European Strategy for Climate Change Adaptation. It's another tool that was created on 2021, and this could give response. It would be an interesting mechanism to respond to some of the challenges. So what is included in this strategy? This strategy was created coinciding with the recovery funds, the next gen funds. This is contributing to use these funds to overcome some of the infrastructure issues and serious challenges in terms of control and monitoring of water. But in general, the strategy just gives like very broad principles. So I hope that during this panel we can elaborate on the specificity of the extensive livestock sector and what we can do for the future. It talks about preventing and eradicating pollution, a sustainable use of water, protecting the aquatic means, avoid flooding and drought problems. But as you know, this is not enough. What are the solutions mentioned? Well, trying to protect water sources and the ecosystems that sustain it, modifying structures and governance structures and principles. And when I talk about governance, I'm talking about institutions and how decisions are made when it comes to water. The promotion of recovery and reuse and saving of water in all sectors, not only in the sectors that are more obvious. Reinforcing farming resilient systems. This is something that we have tried to do in our project. We also see that it's important to improve storage infrastructures, not only for livestock but also for humans. So what happened with this LiveAdapt? We started in 2017. As Vicente said, we have 10 pilot farms. We are monitoring their situation in terms of climate change impacts. 86% of the farmers that were surveyed, in their case, their first concern is water availability for livestock, for the livestock to drink. We're not talking about water for pastures, but drinking water. Temperature increase, pastures production, but the most important concern is water availability in extensive livestock. So what was done in this project? We have worked, and on the one hand we tried to develop and carry out training that is adapted to the needs, and we have tried to develop pilot projects that I will describe shortly, and we have disseminated available good practices in other countries, in other projects, and people who are working, and we have introduced the topic of water in our proposal and in our policy recommendations. The trainings that have been mentioned during this morning are trainings that covered all the themes connected to the farmers' needs when it comes to adapting their management. So there are several chapters and contents devoted to water storage and how water is managed in the farm. These trainings were very successful, beyond what we expected. We had 150 members for the training. Some students did the 5 courses. These courses are available also in Spanish in the website, and shortly they will be available in Portuguese. They have been translated into Portuguese, and in total, overall, we had 1,000 people that registered. It's been a total success. Instead of calling it a success, I would call it an indicator of the need, a need there is for information in the sector. Many participants were farmers themselves, and we also had people like officers, researchers. So people who could not access this sort of information. Another goal of the project was to gather good practices. I invite you to visit our website because we have really interesting cards. I'm saying that they're really good not because we did it, because I'm not the one who did it. It's just that we try to explain technically what we are proposing, but we also give facts in terms of costs, maintenance costs, implementation times, recommendations on the mechanics or on vehicles. That is like anything that may be needed. And we also give an example of somebody who's using this and who bears witness. And we also give bibliography. So these cards are very useful. We have them in Portuguese, Spanish, I think in English, and I think in French too. When it comes to water, we have worked on bioswales, water infiltration in cliffs, and also key line. We worked on different types of water storage. I'm going to talk about the pilots. This pilot project is what we call LiveAdapt, and it's an intelligent water reservoir. An area is sealed, an area that is somewhat tilted in the farm is sealed with like plastic or waterproof lining, and is covered with gravel in such a way that the water that falls on that storage area is protected from dirt. There is minimum water pumping that is very easy to maintain. The water is taken to a drinking through, and that is activated when the animal approaches. So when it rains in the winter, the water is stored underground. It doesn't affect the basin at all. It doesn't have any contact with the basin, and it's maintained cool and clean for the summer. In the summer, the water through is activated, and it doesn't activate with wild animals, so there's no contact with wild animals. We are trying to we want this solution to be to have similar costs as a regular pond, so that it can be implemented thoroughly. We think that this adapts to any situations, and it can be very useful even for people who are trying to work with penning systems or with more elaborated systems, because it can be installed pretty much everywhere in the property. PondAdapt is just an idea. The idea is to cover with a natural material with cork coats, and the idea is to avoid evaporation. It doesn't affect micro wildlife, and there's no leaching. There may be some turbidity in the beginning, but there's no issue. I'm going to tell you about this. Well, if you have any question, you can ask him when we have the Q&A session. We are going to hear Rafael Muñoz from one of our pilot farms. He's from around here. He's from the area, and he will tell us about hydric stress and extensive livestock in his experience. Then we will have Francisco Javier Luisea from the Hydrographic Confederation of the Guadiana. He responded with very short notice, so thank you very much, and he will tell us about livestock uses in the Guadiana Basin, where the pedroches are located. Then we will have José María Martín Cibantos from the University of Granada, who will tell us about his experience in Mediterranean areas, water and social cohesion. And then we will have Carmen Vendala, who will tell us about her experience. She's a member of Ganaderas en Red, Farmers Connected. When you tell people that we have such a strong network of farmers, of women farmers, people just have a hard time believing it. She'll tell us about water scarcity. Here, what we're talking about is water scarcity. We're not going to talk so much about water quality, because water scarcity is a bigger priority. And then we have Nuña Hernández Mora from the University of Seville, who's going to tell us about a very interesting experience that they're developing here. And she'll tell us about governance and water policy in the context of scarcity and droughts. You can tell us about your project, and that's what we want to hear. So please take a look at our website. We have everything there. We are going to try to explain things really briefly, but we want to ask you to make the effort to access the website, because we have produced many things in this project. And apologies for extending myself for too long.
Para empezar la presentación. ¿Toma la mía? Ah, vale, perdona. Bueno, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the organizers and Vicente Rodriguez in particular that believed I had something interesting to say, and it's also very important to invite pastoralists to those seminars where very important issues are discussed, and also very urgent issues. My name is Rafael Muñoz. I'm a pastoralist from the north of the province of Córdoba. I am son and grandson of herders and pastoralists, and I'd like next generations to follow on my steps. When they asked me to do this presentation, my aim is to stress you out in the course of my presentation, and I hope you end up feeling as stressed as we livestock breeders feel. So if I manage to reach my goal, then my presentation will be worth it. The situation is quite worrying at this very moment. It could lead to worse scenarios, in this case where in this situation that is due to lack of water. I'm showing you photos that are real. I could show you photos all afternoon. I only selected 10. This is a stressful situation for 3 living beings. One is an elm oak that is suffering because of the drought. The other one is, well, we herders try to avoid that our animals suffer, but the third stressed organism is the one that is taking the photo, that is myself. We are in a situation in which we might abandon this activity, which is very possible and likely. We feel this stress because on many occasions we have a hard time continuing our activity because this emotional stress that we experience is the most relevant for me. In this slide, I did not include a photo because I don't remember last time I saw water flowing in our rivers and streams. I have a 6-year-old daughter that has never seen a stream with abundant water flowing in whatever season. And then I'd like to talk about water in its double facets. Well, first of all, quantity and then quality. As far as quantity is concerned, since we're talking about extensive livestock, I'd like to ask what is the water demand of, how can we estimate the water demand of livestock breeding, extensive livestock breeding? We all know the water use of different crops, maybe 60, 70 liters per hectare, based on my personal experience, maybe up to 75 liters per hectare in very high demanding, in more demanding situations. So do you think that we should be going through what we're going through just with such a reduced water use? And we could ask ourselves, what is the water demand of, or the water per hectare water use of olive groves or intensive olive groves? So shall we give priority to super intensive and intensive olive groves, or shall we give it to extensive livestock breeding that only uses 75 liters? We should relate this water requirement with the economic benefits it generates. I'm not going against olive groves. I have many friends that are farmers and own olive groves, but possibly the impact of intensive olive groves, the economic impact is very positive, but there are other sectors. We should have a look at the benefits of extensive livestock breeding. So this would yield a number that would probably place livestock breeders in a higher position as far as priority. And then when we talk about water quality, I also don't have good news. These are the results of a test of a water quality of a well close to an animal farm, and here we can see the concentration of coliforms, nitrates. Then we even detect the presence of Clostridium. Therefore, the water we're using is of very bad quality. I've written this text because I think it should be kept in mind, taken in consideration. I don't have objective data. Animal farmers know it. The month of May is not the month of flowers. We don't have blooming flowers. We only have stubble, and in the month of September or October, we're still in the 30s as far as temperature. That is to say, we're all getting used to this climate change. Urban dwellers that wake up in their homes with air conditioning or heating and take a shower, open their faucet and water comes out. It has always been like that. Nothing has changed. He will get in a car, drive at an air-conditioned temperature, go to his office, go to the supermarket, go to bed, and then get up and get on a bus that is always at 23, 24 degrees. That person will never realize we're going through climate change. But what is clear for me is that we're living in an unsustainable way. And in particular, with what refers to water, it is very possible that we have just crossed the border and that we won't be able to go back. When we get our water bill in our mailbox, we don't generally pay much attention to it. How much does water cost? For me, water is one of the most valuable assets. And when I had a look at my water bill, I calculated the per liter fee, and I found a figure like 0.008 pesetas, he said, but I think he meant euro per liter. That's not reasonable in a situation in which we have water reserves only until the month of January. That was the news we read a few days ago. Water is practically free, so the general public doesn't really value water as they should. And we manage water like in a way that makes us look as if we were a pest in this planet, and this is really my impression. And now I'd like you to relax for a few moments, get out of this gloomy landscape and prospect, and let's hope that we'll be able to adjust, change, and give more priority to extensive animal farming with their very limited water needs.
Se me oye, ¿no? Sí. Bueno, ante todo, primero dar las gracias al
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of this conference and the opportunity of participating. I was scheduled to give my presentation now, and for us, at the Guadiana Water Authority, animal farming is just another water use, but it was very interesting for me to attend this session to get a grasp of all the issues that are related with animal farming, with extensive livestock breeding. I've been watching many videos, I've been doing searches on the internet to be prepared, and I was surprised. I was surprised because I discovered that it is an economic activity that we should promote because it contributes to the improvement of ecosystems. So the presentation that I'm going to give is concerning the water requirements that are assigned to livestock in the water planning documents. What is the amount of water that is assigned to this sector within the farming sector? Then I will talk about one of the most pressing problems in our basin, which is diffuse pollution. And then I will refer to the measures that have been proposed by the Guadiana Basin Water Management Plan, because we want livestock breeding to be sustainable. One of the objectives of water planning is making water use sustainable. That means that it is in line with the water availability of the basin. In order to guarantee that demands are met, we need to quantify them, and in order to do so, we follow the norms established in the water legislation, the Water Act, the water planning regulation, and the water planning norms. The time distribution should be based on the norms that are established in the water legislation and taking into account heads of cattle that are present in the basin. We have considered head count of cattle and to estimate the size of the different flocks. We have used the data coming from the inventory of each province. We have retained the estimates that were included in the previous water management plan that in turn was based on the Capri model that considered the interannual growth rate of head count. And this was compared with the estimates of the third cycle of water planning. Based on this methodology, you can see here in red what is the water requirement, the current water requirement in 2021. 38 million cubic meter, including all categories of livestock farming. This water requirement is not very significant if we compare it with irrigation farming that requires about 2,500 million cubic meter. If you want to get an idea, the Bernabeu football stadium is about 500,000 cubic meters. So 1 million cubic meters is about 2 football stadiums, and this is nothing compared with the 4,000 that are required by irrigation agriculture. Based on these data for the year 2027, 22% increase is envisaged for the livestock sector. And this takes us to a figure that is below what had been estimated in the first round of water planning. And in the second round, which is 43,38. 70% of this water, 73% of this water is surface water, and 27 comes from groundwater. Livestock water demand has been grouped in what are defined as farming water demand unit, because they share common sources of the resource. And based on the inventory of the Water Management Bureau of the Guadiana Water Authority, these 47 million cubic meter that have been assigned to livestock were assigned to 65 units. There is, here you can see Los Pedroches, that abstracts water from Guadalmes River based on the needs of the responsible authorities, in this case the regions, the region of Andalusia in this case. It is worth mentioning a reserve of water that was set up coming from La Colada Reservoir, and we are now waiting with the connection for the connection with La Sillera Reservoir, and that would yield 2.7 million cubic meter for livestock breeding. Those are all water requirements that are for extensive livestock breeding, and they were all applied for by the regions in the meetings that we hold with regions within the water planning process. This is as far as the third round of water planning.
Livestock uses are more relevant in the central part of the basin in Castilla-La Mancha, Extremadura and Andalucía. And in the slide here you can see the importance of livestock uses with regards to compared to other uses. And in terms of systems, livestock is 1.7% of the allocation in the central and south and 18% in other sites. In terms of reserves for future developments within the different uses, in the period 22-27, livestock accounts for 3.4% of the total volume reserved for that use. For watering, 169 were saved, and this is what the regional governments communicated to us. This is not something that we invented. These are the needs that we negotiated with the regional governments. One of the outcomes of livestock activities is the pressure on water bodies, because it's a source of diffuse pollution and gives rise to an increase of nitrogen emissions. In this sense, the impact on surface waters is very high. Based on the analysis we carried out, most surface body masses in the Guadiana Basin are affected by the pressure due to livestock. Out of all diffuse sources, livestock activities are the second after farming or agricultural uses. The activities carried out in the basin favor pollution even in areas where there is extensive livestock due to the high concentration of animals in specific areas of the farms, like water, throws, etc. The manure in this area is carried by the runoffs, and it pollutes water bodies and surface waters. The same thing applies to the slurries. We use the information system on land, SIGPAC, and the balance of water carried out by the agricultural ministry that assess the contamination due to livestock activities on a province level. Not only surface waters are affected, but also underground water. In the case of underground water masses, or the underground bodies, it affects 100% of the underground bodies, underground water masses or bodies. Here we have the different figures on different parts. As consequence of the pressure due to diffuse pollution, the chemical situation of waters is impacted. because in different points there are nitrates concentrations that are that exceed the limits. The measures implemented against diffuse pollution, including the action plans for vulnerable zones, require time to be efficient since aquifers have certain inertia when it comes to pollution, and this affects the deadlines for achieving the goals when it comes to water quality. In some masses of underground water masses or bodies, there are exceptions due to natural causes. The body of water may be so polluted that it's impossible to meet the deadlines. We have to bear into account that 2019, when the plan was created, only 20% of underground water had the good chemical situation, and the bad chemical situation was due to pollution. Here we see a bad water quality. So this would be an exception to the objectives, because not even like no measures could help us achieve the objective. Another of the important aspects in terms of the third implementation cycle is the impact of climate change. This is the first planet. There's an annex devoted to climate change. The effects of climate change were studied under two scenarios, a more optimistic and a less optimistic plan in terms of emissions. These were used in terms of the balance between demand and amount, and there's a reduction of the amount that is accounted for here in the table.
También se ha considerado el efecto en las masas de agua subterráneas, siendo aproximadamente de una reducción de unos 32 hectómetros cúbicos años, un 10%. Se ha estudiado
for 2039, as the regulation asks for.
Y en el caso de la demanda ganadera, el impacto para los escenarios barajados es pequeño, como se puede ver en la tabla. O sea, la disminución, el porcentaje de garantía que se puede, que en el peor de los escenarios es aproximadamente de un 98,88%, creo, ¿no? Bueno, ahí, cercano al 100%. Otra de las cuestiones importantes es el programa de medidas. El programa de medidas tiene como objetivo actuar sobre las masas que están en mal estado para cumplir los objetivos. En el plan hidrológico se adoptan dos tipos de medidas, medidas normativas y medidas que consisten en inversiones, ¿no? Bueno, ¿qué medidas se incluyen o cómo se trata?
How the livestock uses, how is it included in this sense? There are several references, for example, when it comes to resource allocation. In Article 11, there's a mention on uses for allocation of uses. And in the central and eastern part of the basin, there are measures. Why does it appear like this? Well, this is a proposal that we made. We made with the regional governments, and they have their own priorities. It was said here that livestock uses are very important because of the benefits that they have, and that they should be prioritized. In principle, we are open to doing whatever the authorities tell us. Uses have priority, so when it comes to allocation, that those uses have a priority depending on what the regional government says. On Article 13 in the regulation, there's a mention on the allocations for studies to follow the livestock demands, and it is emphasized that water demands will be assessed based on real facts, and in the absence of this, the values in this table will be implemented. These are the unit allocations for the third cycle when it comes to study the requests. And finally, and it's very important to mention this, in the 6th chapter of the regulation for protecting underground water bodies, those that have chemical pollution due to nitrates, it says that only concessions will be implemented to small farmings. For example, if there's a request saying that they need over 15,000 cubic cubic liters, it won't be approved, and that up until the reserves are assigned. Exceptions may be granted if approved by the regional government. I mean, if the regional government has the intention of promoting something important in terms of livestock, they should speak up. And finally, I wanted to wrap up by talking about the investments that have been budgeted to act on the pressures due to diffuse pollution as a source of agricultural and more specifically animal farming. And these are measures by the regional governments because these actions have been agreed with regional governments. For example, in the case of Extremadura, it appears on top. In the case of Extremadura, there are two specific measures related to the treatment of wastewater from farms. But in the rest of the regional governments, here we have Andalucía, and here we have Castilla-La Mancha, and there's nothing specified. Although no specific measures connected to animal farming have been connected, we understand that in the action plans on water pollution, the environmental problems arising from animal farming have to be addressed. If there's vulnerability, measures should be implemented to face the problems arising from that activity. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. This is a really, really bad time to be making my presentation. I'm going to try to cheer you up, and we're going to talk about the past. Since there's not that much time because of this delay, and well, because I'm come from the world of history, I'm an archaeologist. I'm focused on the medieval world and the Moorish history and cultural aspects. So I want to talk about the past. And we're going to study, or I'm going to talk about historic water management systems and irrigation systems. We're going to talk about water sowing and water harvesting when it comes to pastures and livestock keeping. So we're going to talk really briefly because I don't have much time. We're going to talk about the most outstanding work of what we have been doing with other colleagues in connection with artificial systems to recharge the aquifers in Sierra Nevada. And we're also going to talk about other aspects, always in connection with pastures. I'm not even going to elaborate on aspects connected to the supply for systems themselves, or underground water capture, or the water holes for animals that were very, very interesting and that date back to the 10th century. And I understood that I was called to come here to remind us how we can learn from the past to guarantee our future. And that's what we are trying to do when it comes to the uses and natural uses of water throughout time. But always thinking about the presence and thinking about communities, farmers and pastoralists who have been maintaining these cultural landscapes and who are the keepers of the knowledge of the governance systems and of all the knowledge that has evolved throughout centuries. systems that are sustainable and systems that have shown to be resilient. So we're going to briefly talk about careos. It's a specific type of system, and we're also going to talk about other elements that have been important historically for animal farming in social ecosystems, historic ecosystems, on water management, like cultivated forests, which would be, for example, the oak forests in Sierra Nevada, or the ash groves. We're going to talk about the crops in these irrigated lands and the use of these irrigated places as pastures during periods of fallow, and the irrigation of pastures. We're also going to talk about the irrigation of pastures. I'm just going to give some examples in Galicia, or the Valley of Po, or Salisbury, or Nuremberg, or the Bofedales areas in Chile or Peru, places that have been lived by humans, that have been affected by humans. We're talking about pastures that have been used historically. Let's talk about this case between Granada and Almería. There are 230 systems of irrigation managed by 530 historical communities of irrigation. Many of them date back from the Moorish times and have been working for around 1,000 years. This means that there are 190,000 members of these systems, and about 200,000 hectares of irrigated lands. So we're talking about 24,000 of irrigation ditches between Granada and Almería. It gives us an idea of the volume and the impact in terms of territory, environment, etc., and resources, but also we're talking about something that is cultural and historical. We are not going to explain what an irrigation system is, because this is not the place to do so, but we have to understand that irrigation ditches are a huge collective effort. We're not just talking about making thousands of kilometers of channels or irrigation ditches. We're talking about over 3,000 kilometers of irrigation ditches. We're also talking about modifying the soil. In some places, this modification of the soils are very spectacular, and we're talking about places that have been historically managed by shepherds themselves, often in soils that are absolutely anthropogenic, that have been built by humans and that have been maintained in order to improve and sustain soil fertility for centuries. There was a text here in English. These systems are a social option that are an opposition to other possibilities, and these are the outcome of a life project of mutual adaptation. Humans have adapted to the environment, and the environment has adapted to the production needs of humans throughout times. Here we have an image of Trevelez, the Alpujarras in the 50s. We're talking about systems that are based mostly on local knowledge that are traditionally transmitted, and we have governance systems that are mostly communal. This is the first example that I have here, and that is the careos. Careos are artificial systems to recharge aquifers in Sierra Nevada. They are documented at least since the 11th century, that is 1,000 years ago. And what they do is to make the most of a geographical advantage, and that is the presence of high mountains and snow, so that during spring and the beginning of the summer, depending on what the year is like, using the water surplus to soak literally the mountain as if it were a sponge, and for the mountain to keep being recharged for months, and so that the mountain can be irrigated for weeks and months. What shepherds say is that they are entertaining the water, entertaining it so that the water doesn't flow down the rivers immediately, but that the humidity is retained not only in the soils, but so that there will be water available both in the springs. We're talking about water sowing and water harvesting. It's a really beautiful term that we have borrowed from Latin America. In Latin America, they have the same technology, the same artifacts, the same practices, and in most cases there hasn't been any cultural connection. Their systems in Latin America are they date back from pre-Hispanic times, and sometimes they date back from before the Incas. These recharge systems there are different types of them. In this case, we're seeing the summit of Berchulet, which is a place where there are rock fractures and there's maximum water infiltration, and often these are connected to pastures. What they do is that they use useful soil, and we are convinced, and this is part of what we are studying through archaeological analysis. We are researching the contribution of humans, mostly shepherds, to the generation of fertile soil that has a higher water retention capacity. Here you have a scheme of how these careo systems work. This was carried out by the Geological and Mining Ministry in Spain. We work closely with them, as well as with the Sustainable Development Ministry. And here you have the effect of these careos in the mountain sides of Sierra Nevada in terms of pastures and water retention. Here we have the different ditches. As I was saying, these are spaces that have been communal traditionally, not only in terms of water management, but also because many of these spaces, like the Dehesa del Camalate, during the 19th century was turned into a particular dehesa. It was publicly owned. Here we have one of the ditches and all the recharge space. We have we see this prairie, these meadows here, and the animals, mostly cows, bullfighting bulls, and also sheep and goats. And here we have the village of Luro and the intensive irrigation system that is connected to the ditches. These are ancestral practices, and we have some memory of them, and we have very little documentation and very few testimonies of what life in the mountains was, the life in Sierra Nevada, in these huts, and other structures. Have I finished my 10 minutes? I'm going to bring the example of the oak grove of Cañas. It's a protected space in Sierra Nevada, but it's a man-made forest. It's a forest that has been cultivated. Part of the territory was communal. It's municipal land now, but the ownership of the trees was separate from the ownership of the land. In this forest, you would have 500 pigs for 3 months to feed on acorns. And currently these oaks don't yield any acorns because they are not cultivated anymore. These oaks are within an intensive cultivation system. So what we have here, it's the main ditch in Cañas.
As I mentioned before, another element that is usually not taken into account is the cultivation of forage species that can complement, for example, corn crop, corn, alfalfa, or corn cultivation. So part of irrigation farming has been also assigned, allocated to the production of forage. That is an example from the province of Granada. That was prior to the beginning of the operation of Puleva, which is a local milk company. And then in cropland, in which small domestic animals were also reared, we find examples of irrigation that was occasional irrigation, that was only of crops that were only irrigated when water was available, or the irrigation of pasture land. This is an example in the Parque del Ticino in the surroundings of Milan. The irrigation of this pasture land is associated with greater productivity, but also to avoid freezing, of pasture land. You have examples here in Salisbury Meadows, around the cathedral, or in the highlands of Chile, that have a very significant human impact. Where llamas are reared. Here we have a very small example of wetlands that were traditionally used as pasture. Just to wrap up, what we do is mainly research work on the water management practices, and also involving the pastoralists that are using water, but also trying to empower local communities from a political point of view as well, not only in dignifying their knowledge and giving recommendations to public administration. We work at different levels, and we have also developed contract for the management of territorial management and stewardship, territorial stewardship. This is based on the associations, existing associations. There is a federation of irrigation farming communities in Andalusia, and we have recently created a federation of these communities in Cáceres. We're currently restoring a stretch of the irrigation channel, the old Arabic irrigation channel, acequia, that supplies with water the area of Cartuja in Granada. Thank you.
Dime. Lo intentaré. No te aseguro nada, pero lo intentaré. Mira, yo no he traído nada más que esa proyección, esa que le envié a... Bueno, me da igual, si no la tenéis... Ah, esa ya está. Sí. Nada, no tengo nada más que esa. Es el que voy a tener todo el tiempo. Venga, muchas gracias. Bueno, muchas gracias a todos por...
Thank you. Thanks to everyone for the interest in listening to the contributions that livestock farmers have to make. I will try to stick to the 10 minutes that I have. I've just been asked to not to go beyond the 10 minutes, and since I need to go to the point, I'll try to focus on the 4 issues that I've included in this slide, and then I'll try to detail as much as possible the ones that I consider most interesting. I really appreciated the images of irrigation channels and green landscapes after this stressful scenario that our friend David showed us. Since the 15th of June, there's not even a raindrop has fallen on our surface, on the surface of our farm, and that is a recurrent problem. So I will focus on those 4 points that you can see here.
¿Cuáles son nuestras ideas sobre la ganadería extensiva y el agua?
The first point is, what is our idea of extensive livestock raising? Second one, our needs. Third, what are our main issues, and fourth, our proposals. What can I tell you? We have already seen it and read it and seen it on television. It is even included in the preamble of the introduction of this seminar. All the benefits of extensive livestock breeding. Extensive livestock breeding should be considered as an activity of special social interest. At some point, irrigation farming was considered of special social interest because of its role in stabilizing rural population and many other benefits. Right now we're in the middle of a climatic crisis, and in this context the values and the benefits of livestock breeding are even more relevant because they're a fundamental, they're an essential means to capture carbon. And I would like to stress also its role in preventing fires Just imagine Sierra Bermeja, where we just recently had a fire, and which the firefighters told us that fires that have more than 10 tons of forest biomass cannot be extinguished, cannot be stopped. This generates a situation in which soil is not going to play its role as carbon sink as it should. And the firefighter services have also told us that there are no animals that now can graze the amount of vegetation that has grown because of the abandonment of these areas. And then we can mention all the other roles of livestock, of pastoralism. And it is obvious that pastoralism should be acknowledged as a social interest asset. And that means that public administration should be prepared to support it and develop it. What are our needs? Well, first of all, that our animals can feed on pasture, on acorns, on natural products. Then we need the water that is required to have all those resources, and the water for them to drink. In the current scenario, climate change scenario, rainfall has drastically decreased. And when we look back to 10 or 15 years ago, we immediately realize our territory has changed. So how much water does extensive animal farming require? As our colleague asked before, I've made some calculations based on my experience, because most of the data that we receive are based on intensive animal farming, because in extensive livestock breeding it is very difficult to obtain data. Let's suppose that we have a head of cattle per hectare, a cow or a pig or sheep. So we can consider that there is a water requirement of 50 liters per hectare for that head of cattle. Just imagine that for the rest of the activities, cleaning of milking, tools or let's imagine that we use up to another 50 liters per hectare. So we're talking about 100 liters per day. Can you follow?
Quiere decir que si como el año tiene 365 días, pues estamos hablando de...
That means that we're talking about 3,650 liters per hectare and per year. So that would be 3.6 liters per year. So we're talking about a global water demand or water requirement of about 5% of rainfall the rainfall that we receive on our farms. That means that each farm would have to capture more or less 5% of all the water that falls on the farm. How can we abstract this amount, which is very little, very limited? We can take it from ponds, from streams. For that we need a license. We could abstract it from wells. Okay, I'll just go straight to the issues that we have in this sector. There is another sector that is highly dependent on water, and that is obviously irrigation farming. In our area we have two reservoirs, El Pintado and Huesna reservoirs. We have no access to that water. All the water all the rainfall ends up in these two reservoirs that supply water to other parts of the region, not our territory. If I just focus on Andalusia and Guadalquivir river basin, we have about 350,000 hectares. Probably not updated, totally updated, because we're talking about data from 2020. And in average, every irrigated hectare receives 400 cubic meters. And remember that in livestock breeding, we only need 5% of the rainfall. And what is the fee, the water fee that irrigation farmers pay? They've probably slightly increased, but it used to be 0.05 euros per cubic meter. In my area, if you need to buy extra water for your livestock, you buy it for at least 5 euros per cubic meter. So irrigation farmers are paying their water so cheap because the investment has been made long ago. They're paying some amortization fees, but the majority of the investment was paid by public administration. And this is a comparative disadvantage that we're experiencing, because we're not having our infrastructure paid by the administration, and the average cost of storage is about 100 euros to store 1 cubic meter of water. In the drought roundtable, you have representatives of trade unions and irrigation farmers, but you have no animal farmers, no livestock breeders is represented there. It is also true that irrigation farmers are not receiving the water that they're supposed to receive, so they recently got a discount. If we wanted to dig a well for additional water supply for our livestock, we would have to wait for 4-5 months until the Natural Park Authority grants the permit, and then the department that is in charge of giving authorizations for water well obstruction takes much longer than that. I also would like to add that since those administrative procedures are so time-consuming, and the responsibility generally lies with the environmental authorities, but if wildlife still exists in our area, where the natural park is, it's thanks to the fact that we have troughs from which they can drink. Now I only have the last part left, which is the fourth part concerning the proposals. I think that livestock rearing should be considered as a public interest, of social public interest, and a few essential measures should be taken. For example, funding for the infrastructure that guarantees the storage of water that we need. And that we need to adapt to climate change. And many of us don't have those storage facilities. We also need to review legislation that requires so much time to get a permit. This is an emergency. Those are animals that need to drink to survive. What kind of legislation should be reviewed? Well, public concessions of water, more flexibility to dig wells, and the authorization for those for this type of infrastructure. This should be included in. This should be regulated by a legislation, but we cannot wait for years until this comes in. These permits are granted. We should bear in mind that our territories cannot be managed without the contribution of livestock grazers, breeders, and therefore we need the collaboration of pastoralists, and we need to come to an agreement so that we can live next to each other and thrive. Thank you.
Voy a intentar este caso. Vale. Sí, la verdad, si no os importa, veo muy mal, tengo problemas de vista y la verdad es que no veo así. Entonces, si no os importa, lo voy a hacer desde aquí, ¿vale? Que hay una pantallita estupenda donde veo fenomenal y ahí no veo nada. Y sí, y te veo igual. ¿Me oís? Las traducciones.
Can you hear me? Like Francisco Javier, I come from the world of water. I landed recently in the world of livestock and I know very little. But my introduction was a recent project that we have been working in, which is the ISIS project.
No tenía que ver necesariamente con el agua. El objetivo del proyecto es generar servicios climáticos y acción climática adaptada a las necesidades.
The objective was to adapt to the users in different sectors and in different areas when there are climate risks. So the idea or the innovation of the project, this is a co-production process. That is, the idea is to talk to users since the beginning and see what their needs are, how they want the services and what they need for their uses or the management that they're doing in the territory. There are live laboratories, what used to be called case laboratories, but since there's a co-production, you are creating a working group since the beginning. These are called live laboratories, thinking that there are people and you are working with people. And we are working in Spain, obviously, and we are focusing on the live laboratory of Los Pedroches, which is the area where Rafael is located. Rafael is one of the local experts that we contacted in the beginning, and we focused on droughts, areas of increased temperatures, and livestock. You can access the web and you can see what we're doing. In the work that we carried out, the first thing we did was to classify the county, talk to the different stakeholders on the territory, both from the administration, for example, the Hydrological Confederation of the Guadiana is one of the members of this platform, and then we started seeing what type of climate information they used and what improved climate information they would need to make their decisions and to adapt to the climate risks. We're talking about adaptation to climate risk, in this case increased temperatures and droughts. So we launched the process. We thought that we were going to focus on climate aspects, temperature, rainfall, etc. And we were very surprised, well, not so surprised when, okay, so what did we do? This is an old version of the presentation, but it doesn't matter. So the comarca of Los Pedroches, there you have a map there on the left, right, so the area of light green is Dehesa, the dark green is olive orchards in high mountain, and on the right you can see the natural park of the Cardeña Montoro area. It's a forest area that is a natural park. And then in brown we have pastures. So basically there are no irrigated lands. Those of us who come from the world of water, one of the challenges that we have here is that it's a non-irrigated area. We have all types of stakeholders. I'm not going to mention them because there are many. There are institutions, the private sector, etc., etc. So what climate services do they need? Our question was, what are your climate needs? And the first one is that they need climate predictions that are sub-seasonal and that are adapted to the territory, that is with a territorial and spatial scale that is more adapted. Climate models tend to be very broad and they need more of a downscaling to know what impact is expected in their specific areas. We're talking about 300, 500 meters or maximum 1 kilometer, so that a farmer or the manager of a natural space can know what the expected impact will be. They also asked us to try to focus on the uncertainties. Okay, we know that there's going to be uncertainty, but let's try to eliminate it as much as possible. They wanted to have climatic logs, and for example, they're like, I remember in 2005 hallmarks responded in this way, but if I can have the information about what happened in 2005, what the temperatures were, what the rainfalls were, maybe I will make better decisions based on how my system is going to respond. But what we kept hearing is that they wanted an improved hydrological characterization or classification of the county. And why? Here we have an image from February, when there was lots of hydrological stress. what they are perceiving is that, well, and I want to emphasize, we're talking about farmers, managers of natural parks. These were the requests that everyone had. They see that the rainfalls are dropping and the traditional water sources are drying. And what you were saying, the rivers, those seasonal brooks, are disappearing. And the hydrological performance of the county was not known. They didn't know.
Se conoce mucho mejor, por ejemplo, la zona del Guadiana es una comarca que está entre.
This is a county that is between the Guadiana and the Guadalquivir. There's lots of information about the Guadiana, but not about the Guadalquivir River. In the Guadiana Confederation, there's more information. There's a loss of quality, as Rafael said, but the reasons are not known for sure. There are intuitions about it. There are guesses, but not certainties. So what is it? Is it the climate change? Is it because new wells are created to face the real needs to feed or for animals to drink, and there's a lack of communication between the territories and the water administration. So these gaps were there. I'm going to skip this. There is a lot of information about uses and supply needs. This is a human right, of course, but there's very little information about livestock uses or animal supply uses. What happened this last summer? The situation was, you all know how desperate it was. As you said, many farmers that go to a natural park to ask for permits, the processes are very slow, and you will see how there are other problems and restrictions, and in the face of the lack of response, they are opening wells here and there to supply their animals, or they're buying water in tanks, they're buying water from middlemen. They're trying to find responses to responses for this situation. And this situation is going to be aggravated because all climate change studies, SEDEX studies, are saying that with the uncertainty that we have in the Mediterranean area, there will be, well, what we know is that there will be temperature increases in all scenarios, from the most pessimistic to the most optimistic scenarios talk about a decrease in rainfall. In brown, we have the expected decrease in rainfall, and you see that in the Mediterranean area there's uncertainty, but there's going to be a decrease. There will be an increase in evapotranspiration and hydric needs, and it's clear that when it comes to rainfall, there will be, as we have seen, there's going to be a change in the space distribution of rainfall. The spring and fall are going to be drier and warmer, and this is going to affect the cycles of plants, pastures, etc. What is going to be the impact on water? Well, same thing. There's uncertainty, but all models talk about a reduction, a relevant, very relevant reduction in resources from runoffs of up to 40% in many areas of the Mediterranean region for different reasons. Because there are water increases, land use changes, increase of evapotranspiration, and these land use changes are often connected to the abandonment of livestock, abandonment in mountain areas, and natural and also land use changes because of the intensification of crops, among others. And there will be more frequent droughts and the increase of hydric stress in general. So, what are the general reflections or ideas? Let's start from the deepest ideas. This is something that this has been mentioned here, and as Javier was saying, I was checking many websites of extensive livestock, and I found this, which is very clear. The extensive livestock system has a major role, and their feasibility should be guaranteed. Also, when it comes to water, extensive livestock depends on non-regulated hydric resources. In the context of climate change, we're seeing how traditional water sources are at risk. They are drying, they're disappearing. The extensive livestock activities usually focus on areas that are usually non-regulated. There's no blue water, so they're not well researched. So we want to make this a classification, and we're trying to look for information from different types, qualitative information, for example, based on, for example, connected with some experiences of the World Bank in Africa. I'm not saying that there's an information desert. I'm just saying that since there are no traditional water uses, there's not that much information. There's a lack of climate information, hydrological information, and since many of these users many of these users are not represented in the administration, so it's hard to understand clearly what the needs are, and it's hard to be able to respond in a swifter way. This map, I mean, one of the most serious problems is that even in those cases where extensive livestock activities depended on green water, like brooks, ponds, wells, these traditional resources are drying up due to climate change processes, but also because of the overexploitation due to other uses that are putting a stress on these traditional resources. And here we're talking about the equity or equity in treatment, because Francisco Javier was telling us how they're trying to respond to the needs of the regional governments, and they are reserving uses for different needs. And I think something that would be very interesting would be to differentiate, because not all livestock activities are the same, and not all livestock activities has the same environmental, social, cultural relevance, and we should prioritize what type of livestock activities should be defended or supported. Because what is happening there on the right, we can see the way the hydric exploitation water in Spain, that is, how much extra water we are using beyond what we have. These are averages. I don't like averages, but it gives you an idea. Anything in orange is a high hydric stress. Over 40% of the resources are being used. In red, we see overexploitation, where beyond 100% is being extracted. And we see how much of the territory in Spain has hydric stress, which means that for these new uses that are happening, everything is covered. And as a society, we need to start talking clearly with the administrations and say, how are we going to respond to the needs of the users of this type of livestock activities? We're not talking about livestock in general. We're talking about this type of livestock activities that has this important role. In these climate change scenarios, these type of activities are having increasing problems to access water and basic resources. We're talking about very low uses. We saw that in the Guadiana. We're talking about 2,000 versus 8 cubic hectometers. How are we going to respond to these needs in places where new concessions cannot be granted? That is, all the water has been allocated. So how can we respond to these areas that are a priority? We should talk about livestock, type of livestock activities that are social. And I think this is the key question that we should start responding to. Thank you very much.
¿Sí? Ahora sí. Bueno, pues la verdad es que...
The truth, well, in fact, I have the feeling that there's so much we should be talking about, and we would really love to give you the floor here, but we run out of time. We run out of all the time we have to participate, and this is connected to the fact that we have to respect interpreters and people who are following on streaming. So if you have any questions, you can address the speakers during the coffee break. The coffee break will take place from 5 to 5:20, and maybe during the coffee break you can keep discussing. And my conclusion is that we have to keep talking. So thank you very much for your patience, and thanks for the speakers for their fascinating talks.
Fíjate el libro, el germen de nuestro proyecto, los coleópteros, los escarabajos.
Así empezamos.
Empezamos.
Hablando de la importancia de recuperar la fauna coprófaga.
Que se está perdiendo.
Sí, que es la que disgrega el estiércol y la que hace pues que pensando en recuperar esta superficie que queda cubierta,
de integrar ese estiércol en el suelo, esa materia orgánica.
Sí. Bueno, esta finca está bien. De hecho, estos son agujeros de los coleópteros coprófagos, porque hay muchas fincas donde realmente no hay nada, pero esta, por ejemplo, hablamos de, en un contexto de cambio climático, en el que va a faltar comida, todo lo que sea ganar esta superficie, que se va cubriendo día a día con el estiércol de los animales, pues era beneficiosa, ¿no?
Sí. Y además perdiéndose que estaba esta fauna coprófaga, precisamente por todo un poco, por la propia, los propios cambios que se estaban realizando en el manejo de estas explotaciones, consecuencia del cambio climático.
No projeto LiveAdapt abordámos muito as boas práticas a utilizar dentro da pecuária extensiva. Fizemos uma compilação das práticas que se utilizam dentro do território que congrega este consórcio, Portugal, Espanha e França, e depois temos uma lista de boas práticas. Dentro de alguns workshops criámos uma priorização das que pareciam mais importantes para as pessoas do setor, associadas ao setor.
Fíjate que estamos a finales de febrero y cómo está el campo, completamente seco. Completamente seco. Hace 4 años, cuando empezamos con esto, pues estos eran episodios, parecía que iba a ser algo de futuro, que no iba a llegar nunca.
Pero cada vez se repiten más. Cada vez hay estas alteraciones del clima normal, medio, cada vez se van encontrando más. Y cada vez llueve menos también, en general, en el cómputo total. Esto lleva ese camino y lo tenemos que asumir.
No, el problema es doble. Un aumento de las temperaturas máximas y evidentemente un aumento de las temperaturas mínimas, junto con una reducción de las precipitaciones. Eso al final es más aridez.
Totalmente.
Con menos aridez, menos producción forrajera.
Nosotros al inicio del proyecto hicimos una encuesta a 40 ganaderos y les pedimos que identificasen qué efectos veían que el cambio climático estaba teniendo en sus explotaciones. No solo que lo identificasen, sino también que lo jerarquizasen, según ellos entendían el orden de importancia de estos efectos. Entre ellos el agua siempre aparecía como en las primeras posiciones, ¿no? Y de ahí empezamos a diseñar e implementar los pilotos relacionados con la captación y eficiencia del agua en las fincas con modelos en ganadería en extensivo.
En primer lugar, tendríamos un depósito enterrado por debajo del nivel de tierra, a nivel de suelo, para permitir la entrada del agua que proviene de una zona que tiene una pequeña pendiente. Tampoco se necesita una pendiente muy grande, y toda esa zona que está por encima, en una altura mayor, está cubierta por una capa de tela asfáltica que impermeabiliza el suelo, y luego está recubierta con unas piedras que actúan de filtro natural y aparte disminuyen el impacto visual que que se encuentra en la zona, porque es una piedra muy parecida a la del terreno, con lo cual no destaca. Toda esa agua que está almacenada y se almacena durante el invierno y las épocas de lluvia, luego en el verano cuando se necesita, sale a través de un equipo de bombeo solar, con lo cual es autosuficiente, dispone de un módulo fotovoltaico y un sistema de baterías para almacenar la energía, y la parte electrónica que controla todo este sistema está integrado dentro de una caseta.
Lo que hemos hecho en la charca de la finca del proyecto ha sido cubrir la superficie de las charcas con una estructura flotante para de esa manera evitar la evaporación que se produce en verano.
Esto es todo lo que ha sido capaz de producir el campo desde las primeras lluvias que pudo haber, que cayó algo de lluvia a final de septiembre. Todo esto que está aquí en blanco es la variedad de trébol subterráneo de ciclo corto. Toda esta florecita que se mantiene aquí porque, claro, como es una especie que resiste el pastoreo del ganado, y cualquiera puede pensar, no, es que los animales no han dejado que crezca la comida. No, no, es que este suelo es tan pobre que no sirve para otra cosa que no sea pasto. Y precisamente lo que hemos ido buscando es qué plantas puede haber que sin lluvia ninguna sean capaces de florecer y cerrar su ciclo. Que por eso esta es una de las variedades de trébol subterráneo que se han probado.
Son menos productivas, pero son más resistentes.
Jaulas de exclusión lo que nos permiten es saber la producción forrajera que ha habido en la finca, retirando la posibilidad de que el ganado pastoree. En este caso, esta muestra, que es la producción de otoño-invierno de esta parcela, que es pasto natural, aquí no ha habido ningún tipo de intervención por parte del proyecto, nos va a servir para comparar con la producción en las parcelas en las que se ha introducido las distintas variedades de trébol subterráneo. A su vez, esto luego en el laboratorio también se analiza su composición para saber el valor nutritivo que tiene y qué le va a aportar al ganado.
Como estamos implementando medidas contra el cambio climático, una de las medidas que estamos haciendo es medir los gases de efecto invernadero que se producen por la deposición de orina y heces en el suelo de la dehesa en este caso.
Yo creo que ya puede entrar, ¿no?
Si es que además el problema es que como desaparezca la ganadería extensiva, pues mantener el equilibrio de estos sistemas es imposible.
Y fundamentalmente ese equilibrio que tenemos que mantener o revitalizar en estos espacios es lo que curiosamente nos va a ayudar a contribuir en la mitigación de este cambio climático. No solo eso, sino que una vez que desaparecen las personas que podían vivir de aquí, con lo cual todavía se incrementa esta despoblación tan enorme que se está ocasionando en muchas zonas de interior.
Es muy importante entender que ante un escenario tan complicado como el que dibuja el cambio climático y en un sector tan relacionado con el territorio y tan sensible a todas estas variaciones, cualquier solución que se intente aplicar tiene que venir del conjunto del sector, del conjunto de la sociedad, ¿no? Entonces, por eso ese afán, esa prioridad a que el desarrollo de este proceso de planificación, de este plan de acción para la adaptación de la ganadería extensiva sea muy participado y también que recoja las particularidades de cada uno de los países que participan en el proyecto.
Bueno, pues esta acción dentro de la LiveAdapt lo que consiste es en elaborar un plan estratégico de adaptación de la ganadería extensiva al cambio climático. Entonces, lo que estamos haciendo es intentar recoger a partir de procesos participativos en que intentamos que sea multiactor las recomendaciones que luego podamos trasladar como resultado de este proyecto y que podamos trasladar pues, a las autoridades, a gestores nacionales e internacionales.
Hemos hecho 5 cursos, tanto en España como en Portugal, que han ido pues desde temas muy sencillos como una primera introducción a qué es ganadería extensiva, cambio climático y cómo se relacionan, hasta el último curso ya de un nivel más técnico que bueno, es la planificación a la adaptación de todo un territorio, ¿no? De una región.
A DPM no projeto também trabalhou diretamente na ação C6 relacionada com políticas e participação pública, e nesta ação em particular o projeto serviu para a constituição do Centro de Competência do Pastoreio Extensivo, portanto uma entidade que reúne a diferentes atores a nível nacional e espalhados por todo o país, ligados à parte de investigação, ligados à parte do associativismo, etc., que o que faz, no fundo, criar um grupo de entidades, pessoas comprometidas com aquilo que é o pastoreio extensivo em Portugal.
Con esta aplicación podemos controlar todos los eventos que se producen en la finca, ¿vale? Desde el censo, con la parte de compras, de bajas, de ventas que se producen en la explotación.
Estamos con un sistema productivo que hay que elevarlo a su dimensión del valor ambiental que tiene. Porque, a ver, ¿qué sistema hay que además de generar comida y toda la riqueza que tiene, beneficia a toda la sociedad desde el punto de vista medioambiental, aunque no consuma sus productos? Porque hay otro sistema, bueno, que tú eres consumidor, pero este, sin ser consumidor, te beneficia, porque está ayudando a la mitigación del cambio climático, que realmente es un problema que nos afecta a todos.
Quais são os benefícios da pecuária extensiva? Ou, na verdade, qual é a diferença entre a pecuária extensiva e a pecuária intensiva? Como é que os consumidores podem chegar a esta carne? E porquê é que eles devem escolher esta carne e não outra? Bom, para tentarmos responder a estas questões, nós na ADPM juntámos-nos ao projeto e estamos a fazer todas as ações da campanha de marketing em Portugal. Além dos vídeos que podem facilmente encontrar, procurando a conversa entre o prado e o prato, também temos uma série de sessões abertas ao público em que vamos visitar proprietários, convidar produtores, vamos ter sessões de show cooking. Portanto, a ideia é mostrar a toda a gente que a pecuária extensiva é um investimento no nosso futuro. É uma pecuária que produz com respeito e protege o amanhã.
Ellos me han enseñado el valor de la ganadería que cuida, que une pasado, presente y futuro, con mucho futuro.
Encontramos los distintos subapartados, como
eso es lo que
está
está
bien en
ahora
el momento de la hoja F, que son las explicaciones, agua.
Si queréis alguna indicación o lo que sea, decirlo ahora para que lo incluyamos.
Pastoreo, razas,
vale.
modernización, suelo y territorio,
Si los trazos
movimiento de ganado,
esta sería una de las cosas que
comercialización, control y manejo de productos, sanidad.
La Universidad de Córdoba es el socio coordinador del proyecto y es la responsable de la acción relacionada con biodiversidad y mejora de la producción forrajera y de las condiciones sanitarias de los pastos. También la Universidad de Córdoba lleva la campaña de marketing y la acción relacionada con modelos de negocio, que es una de las formas de ayudar a mejorar la ganadería extensiva, diferenciarla y aumentar su rentabilidad.
Alors moi je travaille à l'Institut de l'élevage en France, donc ILEL. Nous sommes un institut technique qui est présent dans tout le pays et qui accompagne les éleveurs d'herbivores dans de nombreux domaines d'activité, et notamment dans leur adaptation face au changement climatique et dans l'atténuation aussi de leurs impacts sur celui-ci. Donc dans le projet LiveAdapt, on est chargé de la déclinaison en France des différentes activités, d'une part, et aussi surtout de la coordination de l'action autour des pratiques d'adaptation au changement climatique, ce qui consiste notamment dans la rédaction de plus de 40 fiches techniques qui ont été réparties entre les différents partenaires du projet. Et ça va permettre d'échanger sur ces pratiques et sur des innovations entre les trois pays qui sont représentés dans le projet.
ADPM, Asociação de Defensa de Mértola,
com sede em Portugal, é uma das entidades parceiras do projeto. Somos responsáveis pela ação relacionada com a implementação e com a disseminação técnica do projeto. Portanto, temos toda aquela componente que é passar a informação do resultado do projeto, quer em Portugal, quer em outros países envolvidos. E, além disso, colaboramos em todo aquilo que é a implementação do projeto do lado português. Portanto, colaboramos naquilo que é o apoio à formação específica do setor, não é? Junto com a Quercus, mas também trabalhamos e apoiamos a implementação no campo, monitorização no campo, as áreas piloto que foram identificadas, e também temos um trabalho importante naquilo que é a parte relacionada com as políticas, portanto que é procurar uma coesão do setor, identificar as necessidades e trabalhar em soluções.
Pero esa es casi una necesidad porque somos la única entidad en España que representa a la dehesa. Y en este proyecto lo que llevamos es el área de comunicación y diseminación de toda la parte que necesita el proyecto ser visualizado, ¿no? Porque es muy importante no solo lo que hacemos, sino trasladar también todo lo que hacemos para que la gente conozca la ganadería extensiva y sus necesidades.
Lo que hay es que solo con los cursos de España y Portugal llegaremos a unos aproximadamente 800 personas, ¿no? Es un impacto bastante grande.
Hola, la Fundación Entre Tantos es una entidad sin ánimo de lucro que se dedica fundamentalmente a procesos de participación. En el proyecto LiveAdapt está encargada sobre todo de dos aspectos muy importantes del contacto con otras personas. Por un lado, la formación. Estamos desarrollando una serie de cursos que componen un programa formativo bastante en profundidad sobre la adaptación de la ganadería extensiva al cambio climático, y por otro lado nos dedicamos también a la transferencia del conocimiento, es decir, a intentar transmitir los resultados del proyecto en forma de recomendaciones políticas, de planes de acción, y buscando un poco pues, que haya una utilidad real detrás de todas las actividades que se han realizado.
Y antes de daros la palabra, solo otra cosa más, que es si vamos a invitar o no un miembro del Parlamento Europeo para acoger el evento. Muchas veces esto suele pasar y esta es la única forma de tener parlamentarios y comisarios o personas que trabajan en la Comisión Europea juntos discutiendo.
Nosotros somos Innovación Ambiental. Somos una empresa de ingeniería ambiental que se centra en el desarrollo de proyectos e iniciativas sostenibles, principalmente en los ámbitos del medio ambiente, la energía, la agricultura, movilidad y patrimonio cultural, entre otras. Dentro del marco de estas iniciativas está el proyecto LiveAdapt, en el cual nosotros tenemos un rol principal como coordinadores en el desarrollo y testeo de soluciones innovadoras para la gestión eficiente del agua en campo. Asimismo, coordinamos la monitorización de impactos socioeconómicos y ambientales del proyecto y apoyamos al resto de socios en la identificación y transferencia de buenas prácticas a ganaderos, formación y también mejora de procesos para la mejora de políticas en este ámbito.
A Quercus, Associação Nacional de Conservação da Natureza, em Portugal, ajuda neste projeto, principalmente no processo participativo. Estamos a participar no desenvolvimento deste ciclo de formação que está a decorrer diretamente com as pessoas do setor e também alguns questionários para podermos compilar as informações que vamos recebendo dos produtores portugueses.
Não está esquecido. Olvidado, não está olvidado.
Picture por Europa es una consultora que está ubicada en Segovia y que lleva desde el año 2000 tratando de aportar soluciones para mejorar la eficiencia de las explotaciones ganaderas y su gestión. Tenemos una granja en la que se pueden desarrollar en condiciones comerciales test para valorar vacunas, medicación, aditivos para piensos, cualquier cosa que pueda influir en la producción animal. Después tenemos también un equipo de transformación digital en el que se está mejorando la recogida de datos, su análisis y, una vez que se desarrollan unos informes, su distribución entre todos los estamentos de cualquier explotación.
Vamos a comer directamente, ¿vale?
Joao Madeira y Pía Sánchez son dos personas muy valiosas e interesantes, que demuestran cada día que la ganadería extensiva es una herramienta fundamental para conservar la vida silvestre y adaptarse a los cambios globales. Joao gestiona el rebaño de ovejas campanisas, que su familia mantiene desde hace generaciones. Es una raza muy antigua y escasa, en serio peligro de extinción. Utiliza un sistema de pastoreo rotatorio y ecológico, que favorece una relación positiva entre animales, plantas y suelos. Me llamo Candelas.
São animais extremamente generosos, que se forem bem tratados, também tratam bem quem os trata bem. É uma raça que na prática aqui estão centenas de anos de história, de pessoas como nós tentaram andar por aqui a viver. E é disso que se trata, da interação entre nós homens, os animais, a pastagem, de forma que consigamos manter esta zona, este território vivo. A fase seguinte é conseguir ter uma boa colocação comercial para estes animais, não só como produtos de uma raça autóctone, mas como biológicos, de forma a que os consumidores consigam perceber o valor e a qualidade e também a história que está detrás daqueles animais. Nós não estamos a vender só os animais, estamos a vender os animais, estamos a vender uma forma de trabalhar e estamos a vender uma história.
Pia gestiona también una finca familiar, donde busca nuevas formas de favorecer la dehesa con ayuda de sus ovejas merinas. Con la biodiversidad, la lucha contra el cambio climático y la sostenibilidad como camino y meta.
Podemos potenciar la venta directa de nuestros productos en las cadenas cortas de alimentación y así evitamos todos los gases que se producen, efecto invernadero en la cadena de transportes, por ejemplo, a distancias muy largas. Podemos también idear sistemas que ya estamos desarrollando de recogida de aguas. Ese agua torrencial que cae en muy poco espacio de tiempo lo podemos recoger en aljibes o en cisternas, de manera que aseguramos tener agua en las épocas de sequía para dar de beber a nuestros animales. Podemos incrementar la biodiversidad, es fundamental para que todo el ecosistema funcione, que estén todos los elementos vegetales y animales de la cadena trófica. Entonces, aumentando la biodiversidad nos aseguramos que las plagas van a ser mucho menores. La acción humana es fundamental para mitigar el cambio climático.
Es curioso, después de miles de años de existencia, la actividad ganadera nos sigue ayudando en estos tiempos de incertidumbre. Por eso hay que apoyarla desde todos los ámbitos. Por ejemplo, conociendo sus beneficios y consumiendo sus productos. Busca los productos de la ganadería extensiva, la ganadería que cuida. Me llamo Candelas y pertenezco a una familia apasionada por la ganadería. Mi abuelo por sus cerdos, mi tío por sus vacas, mi padre por sus asnos peludos y mi madre en general. Ellos me han enseñado el valor de la ganadería que cuida, que transforma recursos renovables en productos maravillosos, que permite que se creen empresas donde más falta hacen, que produce al lado de nuestra casa, porque las cosas que compramos no deberían recorrer el planeta, ropa que nos cuida, alimentos exquisitos y sanos. Una ganadería que evita que los bosques se quemen y que convierte la tierra negra en verde. ¡Qué calor! El clima cada vez es más caluroso, pero estos animales nos ayudan a producir alimentos sin emisiones. Me encanta buscar tesoros ganaderos, los lugares por donde han pasado los rebaños desde hace cientos o incluso miles de años. La ganadería es arte y belleza en movimiento, un hermoso patrimonio que se extiende miles de kilómetros. Una ganadería que cuida.
1, 2, 3.
Que nos enseña a producir conservando la cultura y la vida. Con animales y personas que unen la sabiduría del pasado con nuevas visiones de futuro. Una ganadería de la que dependen muchas empresas y actividades, que nos mima con sus exquisitos productos, que une pasado, presente y futuro, con mucho futuro. Busca los productos de la ganadería extensiva, la ganadería que cuida.
Fíjate el libro, el germen de nuestro proyecto, los coleópteros, los escarabajos.
Así empezamos.
Empezamos.
Hablando de la importancia de recuperar la fauna coprófaga.
Que se está perdiendo.
Sí, que es la que disgrega el estiércol y la que hace pues que pensando en recuperar esta superficie que queda cubierta,
De integrar ese estiércol en el suelo, esa materia orgánica.
Sí. Bueno, esta finca está bien. De hecho, estos son agujeros de los coleópteros coprófagos, porque hay muchas fincas donde realmente no hay nada, pero esta, por ejemplo, hablamos de, en un contexto de cambio climático, en el que va a faltar comida, todo lo que sea ganar esta superficie, que se va cubriendo día a día con el estiércol de los animales, pues era beneficiosa.
Antonio.
Por favor, vamos a empezar.
We're going to start, please. Could you switch on the projector?
Muchas gracias, Julio. Muchas gracias a todos los asistentes.
Thank you, Julio. Thank you all to all participants for being here. This conference is very important for the LiveAdapt project, and we're very, very happy with the level of all the presentations and the importance that is given to livestock breeding in different countries. In this last session of the day, we're going to speak about governance, policies, and CAP, Common Agricultural Policies. We should rather talk about the non-governance, non-policy, and given the situation. Governance refers to all the processes involved with government, institution, and practices of decision-making and regulation that affect all of society. We've been trying for many years to convince the administration that it was necessary to establish a government model in which not only the administration is represented, but also civil society, articulated through different platforms and organizations, such as Ganaderas en Red, the Spanish Dehesa Association. We've tried to raise our voice, do our work in a responsible way. We've been trying to tell the public administration what the needs of the sector are, and the results, I must say, have been quite disappointing. The National Network for Livestock Breeding was created by the government, central government. We have met a couple of times, all the stakeholders involved in the rural environment. The works were quite, the results of the works were quite positive. But unfortunately, once again, when the strategic plan was approved, the industrial lobby, industrial animal farming lobby prevailed, and extensive livestock breeding is still being marginalized. And that's why we should talk about the non-CAP, non-governance, and non-policy. Because of the lack of policies, we had dreamt about a different CAP, Common Agricultural Policy. We had dreamt of measures that are so urgent in a country like Spain that is semi-arid. In areas like ours, trees are vital and for their role in providing shade. You always, when you drive around the country, you always see cattle under the shadow of trees. Trees should have given much more importance than they were in such a long document that is 2,600 pages long, and there is some reference to
pastoral systems, but it's a reference that doesn't really say much. We had dreamt about a different model without which it will be impossible that the depopulated rural Spain will start to take off again. We are very happy to see all the measures that are in favor of environmental protection, but we were very disappointed by the results, and that's why I will leave the floor now to the panelists that will explain this situation in detail. I've been here for many years. I've been expressing my opinions in many different fora, and I've been trying to express a vision for what we thought should be an idea for a future of our country, in which not everything is centered around urban centers, making the most of all the richness and diversity that rural areas can provide, a model in which different territories are connected, and in which civil society takes the lead. Maria this morning was referring to health issues. We shouldn't sit at a table to eat unhealthy food that is generating a real epidemics of health issues related with bad food quality. This should have been taken on board in the latest version of the CAP. Why don't we have any help for mobile slaughterhouses? Why don't we get support and help to help us in short distance or short scale distribution, so that children living in rural areas see that they have a future there, that they can make a living with cheese making, with biochemistry, with genetics. I can think of 1,000 different ways in which younger generations could live in those areas based on a much more sustainable and happy models. I'm not going to talk about CAP because it's very depressing. It's depressing to see that we have gone from receiving 61 euros per hectare of grass of pasture land, and now we're going to receive 50, and with a whole host of conditions. So I'm going to pass the floor to Javier. Bueno, I think that I can manage my own time. My name is Javier Ruiz. I work for WWF in the European office, where we've been working on the CAP, but today I will talk about other policies that are not necessarily the CAP, but that are relevant for what we're talking about, with the objective of answering this question. That is, are these hard times for pastoralism in European policies? Or trying to answer this question, I'll give you a few comments. I've left my slides in English. It is important when we refer to European policies to say that those are policies that came into force between 2019 and today. In the past few years, and this is very relevant because it's the period of the elections, of the last elections in the European Parliament and the European Green Deal that came into force, that was tabled in 2019. That doesn't mean that when policies are designed, there's no longer term objective. For example, there is the 2030 target as far as climate change commitment as well. There are several messages that arrive from Europe, but it is important to bear in mind that in these 5 years mandate periods, there are many ideas that are proposed, but not all of them are then accompanied by legal measures that guarantee their employment. A very clear example is this 25% target of organic farming in Europe. There's no other measures that supports this general desire, but there's no concrete mechanism. No one is going to come to the Spanish government and say you have a problem because you haven't reached the target by 2030 and you'll be sanctioned. Those are just, it's more of a wishful thinking based on general guidelines. But then there are guidelines that then translate into legal and economic measures. This has happened in certain cases, in the case of carbon neutrality, in certain pesticides. So I'm going to touch upon a couple of ideas as far as strategies. The first one will be concerning the biodiversity strategy that has is based on the 2030 horizon. In this document, the European Commission doesn't mention the importance of farming systems, the importance of habitat loss due to agricultural development. It's not mentioned at all. This means that this is not politically relevant. All the objectives concerning farming systems are included in the CAP. Well, of course, through organic farming we can reduce the impacts on the environment of agricultural activities. But the biodiversity strategy that focuses on conserving and restoring, well, the main lines of work, the main axes are habitat protection, peatland protection, and farmland birds. Those are the three main axes. Where could extensive livestock farming contribute here? In many respects, but in order to be able to fit into this strategy, one needs to prove that they fit in these three axes. And what about the farm to fork strategy? It is a very wide overarching strategy, very interesting. I'm far from criticizing it, but don't expect from this strategy to hint at the fact that extensive livestock breeding is something positive. Here they only mention about certain additives that can be added to fodder, for animal fodder. And what does it say about livestock systems? It says we should support livestock systems that are more efficient in terms of carbon capture. Well, you may think it's extensive livestock, but some could argue that it is the Dutch dairy industry that is most efficient from a carbon cycle point of view. Therefore, it's not easy to find support, considering that much of what should be achieved could be achieved through the Common Agricultural Policy that, as Pia said, is very aligned to those other priorities. If we analyze other strategies that have been approved recently, the methane and climate change adaptation strategies, those are not very relevant. Of course, the methane strategy mentions livestock farming, animal breeding, but the regulation that is under discussion right now has to do with the energy sector, not with livestock breeding. It mentions other areas like water management, as we did today, but nothing much. So at the same time, in this period, since 2019, we've experienced plenty of disruptions and COVID pandemic, the war in Ukraine, that have affected our food systems. And this would be, we would have thought that it would have been an opportunity to change radically the system. And we would have thought that extensive livestock breeding would have had an opportunity, but that was not the case. So, are there really bad times ahead of livestock breeding, extensive livestock breeding? If we compare the current situation with the situation we had 10 years ago, we can say that the climate change debate doesn't favor animal farming, whereas 10 years ago we could talk about integrated farming systems. Now we're talking about much more strict protection, and in this case extensive animal farming has a more limited role. But even if the prospects are not so good, we still have to keep playing and seeing what opportunities come up. And I think there is something that has been mentioned, and I'd like to refer to it. We have mentioned a series of policies that could affect animal farming, but there are also national policies that can greatly affect the sector at the national level. So those decisions lie with national governments. what we need to do is win the battle at the regional and national level, proving that giving evidence to show that extensive livestock farming is the future, and then the regions can adapt and approve corresponding measures.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here with all of you. My name is Pedro María Herrera. I worked at the Fundación Entre Tantos. I've been part of the LiveAdapt project since the beginning, and I was put here in the policies panel, so I'm going to try to do my best, and I'm going to try to follow on what was said by Javi Ruiz in the end. That is, the framework given to us by the European Union is there, the general policy framework. So now what we have to do is see how we're going to interpret it. And when we talk about interpretation, we need to be particularly cautious and not get ourselves in a difficult situation, because we want the narrative about extensive livestock to be the one that we really want to send. It's important to go back to what Javi was saying, to go back to integration and to go back to a narrative where the benefits from extensive livestock in this context are perceived by everyone. There are some aspects that have been mentioned here, for example, in the emissions panel, that was fascinating. But in a certain way, the many things that have been said have to do with those traps that are in our way and that we have to get away from. Because in a certain way, the proposals on how to confront livestock, extensive livestock, and climate change are supported on efficiency, and efficiency has a limit, because at the end of the day it's about getting a production that is subjected to a growing demand because of the increase of the population and because of the increase of the demand of certain products. And at the end of the day, efficiency is not something that can be increased perpetually, because we're talking about carbon sequestration, and as Gerardo was saying, sequestration reaches a limit, and the same thing happens with efficiency. You cannot reach more liters of milk or with the same amount of feed. Another trap is the sectorization. The fight against climate change is addressed in sectors, and is being addressed from a very reductionist perspective or approach. And if we make different sectors, we are lost, because the most industrialized sectors have a much easier time to carry out the measurements and to categorize their system. So for them it's way easier to show that they are reducing, that they're behaving better. It doesn't really matter whether you are acting horribly, you can show that you're acting well. The problem is that us, extensive livestock that was behaving pretty well in global terms, is going to have a much harder time to show that it's behaving better, particularly in a context of climate change that goes against animal farming, because it's one of the sectors that is suffering this situation the most. So how can we face this? Basically, by talking about integration when they try to push everything to sectors. And what we have to do is to have a global perspective. All entities, entities and administration, and all of us who are supporting extensive animal farming, this is what we have to do. We have to give a territorial approach. The territory is the basis that sustains civilization. Territory is not something that nature offers to us for free. No, territories need to be managed, and in the conditions that we have now, in the era of Anthropocene, where humanity is the first cause of change in the global context, we have to be able to transmit that we know how to manage a territory, ecosystemic systems, the supply of elements that are offered to us by the territory, and we have to do this right. And in order to manage territories well, we need animal farming, extensive animal farming, because we don't have any other mobile units that generate high-level products and that can be used in a systematic way and in a global way. And we also need to integrate something that has been said during this morning: food policies. You were talking about health as a key aspect, and food too, because food is health, and we all need to eat. And when we talk about how we eat and how we produce food, extensive animal farming has a series of advantages that are easy to understand and easy to transmit, and that are very much related to what we were saying about efficiency at the beginning. It's a different type of efficiency. We're not talking about efficiency in terms of we inject this in the system and we produce X. No, we're saying that we inject very little to the system, we produce really well, and what we are injecting in the system are materials, fibers, grass that could not be used otherwise, that do not pertain to the realm of human food. If we do not transform this matter using ruminants, herbivores, these would not be transformed. They would accumulate in the ecosystem, and since we have to transform this, the accumulation of this matter would be dangerous. What I mean is that nature needs to process this production. If the territory is fragmented, if we don't have wild herbivores, we don't have large herbivores, and we have to manage this, and we do not manage anything, it will be the fire, for instance, that will be managing this primary production, and we know what the consequences of fires are. And it's also very important to mention the coordination between administrations and the integration between forest policies, agricultural policies, and animal farming policies. The concept of a circular economy may be a framework that we can use, but it's important to have strategies that have this territorial perspective. We can only have one sustainability strategy. We can't have an agricultural strategy, an animal farming strategy, and a forestry strategy, and an environmental strategy that are going in different directions, because then at the end of the day the mitigation measures will be canceling each other, because mitigation measures often have very reduced impact and are generating problems in other aspects. And there's something that we also need to emphasize, and that is adaptation, because a key aspect that is given by extensive animal farming is adaptation to climate change and mitigation of climate change. And one of the main arguments that we may pose when we talk about animal farming is that adaptation doesn't go at the expense of mitigation, because many of the technological measures that are being proposed or measures that just address specific problems have a downside. Steps are being taken on an international level and at many levels, but there's still a lot to do. The role of animal farming needs to be heard as a clear voice, as a voice that understands that this territorial process is something. There's just one single project, and animal farming needs to play that very relevant role. I want to wrap up with a very clear aspect. There are two aspects that have been mentioned here in different presentations that I would like to use to wrap up my presentation. Then we have the multifunctionality of territories. We need solutions that improve the situation in different aspects that are integrated within one single vision, and for this we need territories that are capable of producing foods, services, culture, regulations in the same block within the same strategy. And here we're talking about agroforestry systems, multifunctionality in general is one of our mottos. And then we have territorial governments, the development of institutions that are participatory, where all interests, all stakeholders are represented, and where everyone has the capacity to govern their territories and lead them to situations in which climate change is a problem that we can adapt to and that we can, in the face of which we can propose effective solutions. Thank you very much.
Ok. Boa tarde a todos. Eu peço desculpa, vou falar.
Sorry, I'm going to speak in a mix of Portuguese and Spanish. I hope you managed to understand me. I'll speak.
Ou para modificarmos ou tentarmos fazer instrumentos diferentes a nível nacional ou a nível regional. O trabalho que eu vou apresentar é o trabalho.
So I will present the work that I've done along with my team. And I will speak about agro-pastoral systems of both sheep, cattle, and also pigs. What we have seen in the past few years is that this is a system that is in decline because es que estoy haciéndolo en inglés porque esto se supone.
No sul de Portugal nós temos cerca de 1 milhão de hectares de sistemas silvopastoris e termos desaparecimento de árvores ou perda de densidade de árvores. E julgo que o processo não será muito diferente em Espanha. O que acontece é que vamos perdendo densidade de árvores por várias causas que não tenho tempo agora para explicar, mas a partir de um certo... Okay, it's better in English? And they have difficulties. It's okay, for me it's better in English. Okay. It's okay, sorry. Okay. Okay. Okay, so what we observe is that we have been losing area of montado, of the silvopastoral system, by losing the trees. And after a certain threshold, you don't have any renewal of the trees. So it's a progressive and silent process. And it's what we are very much concerned with. We are losing like 5,000 hectares of area per year. It's very much, and even if you have a large area, it's disappearing. So this is the context we have as researchers working with silvopastoral systems. And what we have been looking for is how can we collaborate or contribute to a change or contribute to improve the situation. So this is really, I think, a window of opportunity, and it's maybe a bit opposite to what my colleagues have said. It's just a very small project I'm going to tell you about, but it's something where we have managed to introduce something new, a new tool. So there was the intention when thinking about the CAP, the Common Agricultural Policy, that it should be more flexible and concerning environment be more based on results, so that farmers will be paid by the environmental results they provide. And this question of paying by results, it's something that the Commission is focusing on also in other areas. In the social area, for instance, they are already doing that, paying by results in improving of certain defavored classes or defavored groups. So it's another logic. Instead of paying for a certain practice, you pay if there are results. And this was, we got this information in 2017, so when the last CAP has started already, and they started thinking about the new one. So we could see there was maybe an opportunity to produce another tool for the silvopastoral systems. So it's also an opportunity to gather different actors, which those who normally talk. So I think what I would like to bring also is that we see this in our team. We see this as the role of researchers. We can push a bit for innovation because we are studying the processes, we understand the process, or we try to provide explanations, but we also somehow can organize a collective process and are closer to the policy level than sometimes farmers are, or we can do it better together with farmers. So, but also I think one of the conditions is that we are integrated in a region, so we are well integrated in the Alentejo region. We work a lot with producers in different projects. We have been canalizing different project financing, so projects which are normally 3 years or 2 years, we have decided that we have a goal which is longer than the project, so we canalize project financial resources to this goal, and we have been keeping the dialogue with our stakeholders, so farmers and the administration all the time. So now we are very happy because it's just been released, the Portuguese strategic plan for the CAP, so the rules which will be set in place for the next 5 years. And we have this measure based on results for the Montado. There's 3 million euros dedicated to that, which is not a lot, but for a pilot, it's two pilot areas, so it's 2 small areas, and the calculation is maybe we'll be able to support like 6,500 hectares of farms or of areas with the results, with the environmental results. So it's something we are now going to be working with. We are the ones, our research center is the technical responsible for advising the farmers, so it's a very big responsibility, but we hope at least to try something new. What are measures based on results? These measures based on results, they are based on the result, which is effectively measured by indicators which are clearly defined, and the better result you have, the more payment you have. So it's very clear as is reasoning. The problem is set it in place, how to measure correctly. So the producer can decide, the farmer can decide how he wants to manage his silvopastoral system, and if he has the results, the good results, he will have maximum payment. So I will go quickly. The main thing is that the payment is for effective results, so the citizen, the European citizen knows what he's paying for. But also what we expect is that it will make farmers think in another way, think that they need, if they are providing these results, they are also managing the farm in a more sustainable way. So it's a stimulus to thinking more about how can I have a diversified and resilient silvopastoral system. So it's not only providing ecosystem services for the outside, it's also providing for the benefit of the exploitation itself, of the farm units. What we have done is that we have done all these in a dialogue with farmers and with other stakeholders. So it's like we started it, but then we have opened this dialogue. So the different phases, we have been in contact and discussing the environmental objectives, the indicators, and then the payment was more with the administration. So the result must be connected with the practice. So if we want a result which doesn't have anything to do with the practice, then it's not meaningful. So it needs to be dependent on the farm practice. it needs to be connected with a nature conservation objective, and it needs to be proved or scientifically proved that this is an interesting result. So what we have for the Montado, it's something I think this is the most interesting, and this was discussed with the farmers, is that the renewal of the forest cover, so the renewal of the trees, it's one objective. So if there's a good renewal, then it's considered very high. The pastures need to be Mediterranean biodiverse pastures, so they need to be biodiverse. The soil needs to be healthy, and then you need to have singular elements contributing to the diversity, yes. Or like temporary ponds or riparian corridors or small areas of shrubs. So you need, these are the 4 results. And you know, we have indicators. I'm not going to show because I don't have the time, but we have very few. And simple indicators for each of them. These indicators need to be measured in the field. So, for instance, the density of regeneration and the health state of the small trees are the indicators for the forest cover. And I will pass. So we have been, there's different levels. So each indicator can be measured only in 4 levels. But what counts is the classification, the total classification of the parcel from 0 to 10. So if you have 10, you have the very good condition. If you have 0, it's very deficient. And payment starts only when you have 5. So this, it's a calculation sheet. And what we aim is that the farm, instead of counting only with the cork or the cattle in his account, he will count with this healthy soil, regeneration, singular elements for the payment he gets at the end. And this is just the curve. We are, in principle, it looks like it's going to work because the payment, the 2 first lines or the 3 first lines are the lines of what you get per hectare in these payments in relation to the payments that the farmer can opt optionally. So the traditional agro-environmental and the support for grazing areas. So in any case, if he has more than 5 points, so the average level, he gets a superior payment. So we expect that this will raise interest for the farmer. So this is per hectare, and this is cumulated from 20 hectares to, I think it's 600. So the value which we managed the ministry to adapt, the value of payment, it's very positive in relation to what is there already. So it's just starting. We cannot tell you how many farmers will be interested, but we hope there will be some, and that we can test this model and see if it gives more sustainability to the Montados. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bueno, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the organizers for having invited the coalition for another PAC. Another PAC is another CAP, sorry, another common agricultural policy is possible. I don't know if my presentation is visible here. My name is Tamara Rodriguez Ortega, and I'm part of the Spanish Ornithology organization that, together with the WWF, are part of the technical office of the another CAP is possible. It's impossible to talk about the situation of excessive animal farming within the CAP without giving an overview about the CAP, particularly for those of you who are not familiar with the CAP. The Common Agricultural Policy manages 1/3 of the EU's budget. It has adapted to the different circumstances, social and economical circumstances in our territory. In the beginning, it used to protect markets more, and from then it moved to supporting the liberalization of the agricultural and food production. Then it supported production, and then it got disconnected from the production Lastly, the scientific and the civil community, civil society, wants more environmental objectives in the policy, and that's why we focus our work on this environmental aspect. This is one of the policies that has a bigger impact in the field, and it reaches 50% of the Spanish surface. But it is very relevant because there are aspects that are not accounted for. So although we want to see these environmental objectives, it's a policy that has not been able to respond to the multiple crises in the fields. On the one hand, since the climate objectives were included, this was not able to reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases. It wasn't enough to alleviate the loss of biodiversity. It wasn't useful either for maintaining the number of farms. In some periods, 11,000 farms close down every year. And lastly, it creates high inequality. 80% of the budget goes to 20% of the beneficiaries. In this context of this last reform that started in 2018, civil society organized itself and created this coalition that is called for a different CAP, to have a fair, healthy, egalitarian CAP that respects the environment and the well-being of everyone. It includes 50 organizations from different fields, extensive animal farming, organic production, environmental organizations, nutrition, and consumers. The mission is to change CAP, to turn it into a policy that has a real potential to create a fair ecological transition and fair systems. As I was saying, as my colleague just said, there is a new approach in the regulation in Europe. It shifted from commitments to the delivery of results, and that's one of the objectives we have in different types of objectives, and there is more subsidiarity to member states in such a way that it's no longer the European Commission and the Parliament and the Council who create a single regulation for all member states. There is the possibility to adapt the CAP to the specificities of each country. In this adaptation that Spain carried out, we will have a new CAP that starts in 2027. And you know that there are two pillars. Pillar number one, that includes, out of 100% of direct payments, 61% will go to basic income support, and then there's a maximum cap to the basic income support. So it gets reduced down to 100,000. It will never be higher than 200,000 per farm. And then we have redistributive payments to support smaller farms. In the beginning it was smaller and medium-sized farms, but it's supporting just medium farms more widely. And then we have what used to be the greening, that was 30%. And then we have a complement for young people of 2% with a complement for women, and the associated subsidies for crops. And then there's a sectorial pack. And then on the other hand, we have the second pillar that includes environmental commitments, support to areas with natural limitations, specific disadvantages, productive and non-productive investments, etc. And then we have a series of requirements that have to be met to receive this support, being an active farm and meet the environmental environmental regulations. I want to emphasize that this is just one part. The environmental regulations have to be respected by everyone, but to receive this support, you just have to meet some of the requirements, so the ambitions are very low. And then there are some environmental aspects that have to be met to receive this support, and this new CAP includes a social conditionality to meet the requirements. Then we have what we refer to as environmental architecture. It includes these reinforced environmental conditions, and then on a higher level we have the eco-regimes, and then the higher level are the agricultural and environmental measures. So what is this basic income support plus redistributive payment for the surfaces that that meet the requirements, that are eligible? So we have the payments that do not distinguish between crops, and although the 316 areas that are here used to include 50 payment regions, with this reform the number was reduced to 20, in such a way that regions where payments were higher were unified with areas where lower payments. Within each region, the average regional values are converging, with the intention that by 2029, by the end of the CAP, there will be a full convergence. And what do we see here for extensive animal farming? The most interesting category would be permanent pastures. I say more interesting because when it comes to I say interesting, but it's not so much, because the amounts per hectare is one of the lowest, and there are differences between the north and the south of Spain. The lighter greens are the lowest amounts, and the darkest the highest amounts. And then we have a difference with the rest of surfaces. We have the irrigated lands. Much has been said about how they use waters, and they are the ones who are receiving the highest payments. So there may be explanations about why they receive 67 euro per hectare and others receive 1,400, but I don't understand them. As for the eco schemes, we have agroecology and carbon agriculture, and there are 6 types of practices. The most relevant one for animal farming is extensive grazing, just part of the productive systems, and productive orientations was included. I would also want to emphasize that I should have done this in the previous slide, because the coefficient for pastures is 0 in forest areas, so they wouldn't be receiving this income support, and they wouldn't benefit from these eco-regimes in this type of surfaces. There was a very interesting proposal at the beginning in these eco-regimes, and that was to have additional payments when we're talking about Natura 2000 network, or where there was a coexistence with carnivores, but this was finally not passed. This morning you were talking about mechanical management. That won't be allowed. It won't be able to coexist with grazing. And then we have to mention, obviously, that these amounts are lower in the case of extensive livestock keeping in permanent pastures. compared to irrigated surfaces. These amounts respond to the fact that this policy considers incurred costs and payments that do not, or income that does not take place. So that means that practices that are carried out adequately are not subsidized. Here we have support for landless pastoralists to be able to use stubble fields, although the support for these practices is one of the lowest, and this is compatible with the previously mentioned supports to sheep and goats. There are more types of support within the CAP, but they are managed on a regional level and the regulations are not ready yet. That's why I didn't want to include them, and because I didn't want to extend myself too much. But I wanted to include this research by Datavista that tells us about the emissions connected to the pig system, how factory farms are located in terms of nitrate vulnerable areas. And what we see here is that although it's a sector that usually doesn't get any direct CAP support, it does receive some support. Here we have some figures. Since 2020, we see how the main companies have received 40 million and amounts on that level. There's also in this research a very interesting chapter about super intensive olive orchards. I wanted to include this last slide about global governance. We demanded transparency in the administration when it comes to manage and design the CAP. When the European Commission published its observations and Spain had to respond, we have not been able to access that document, the detailed document, as well as other communications with the Commission. We haven't been able to access that. We wanted to have more public participation. We think that in all follow-up committees there should be a balance between the administration and civil society. All stakeholders should be present, and there should be some measures, some times, and some documents that are adequate. We cannot read 1,000 pages of regulation overnight. And finally, we need more co-responsibility between the relevant public administrations. For example, the environmental administration knows about sanctions carried out by certain producers. Well, they should communicate it for those producers not to get the subsidies. So we should make these policies benefit the supply of public benefits and the benefit of ecosystems, rather than direct subsidies to those very dubious purposes. Thank you very much.
Since we've been very strict with the use of time, we still have some time for debate. We ask you to be brief when you ask your questions and get to the point. You can also those that are following through the streaming can also ask or make comments if they want. The fact that no one raises their hand is probably a consequence of the chaos that the CAP has generated. A couple of short questions. One is for Tamara. During the CAP process, there was another CAP that was in force. Do you have the impression that that you were able to interfere with the bad intentions that the ministry had initially? Then a question for the Portuguese colleague. Is this measure been approved? Is the payment according to results? Yes, Tamara is answering. Yes, we did manage to change a few things, both the coalition itself and our organizations individually. We've made loads of proposals. Some have been accepted. Some were accepted because others were backed them as well, or the ministry realized they were good proposals, and others were not accepted. For example, the possibility of grazing as a way to clear shrublands, and it was not accepted. Also, when we demand that there is more transparency, we've made some progress. There has been more transparency in this negotiation compared to the previous ones. And we have sent many emails and we have asked to change things, and they answered and said that the whole proposal was that was sent had some problems. It wasn't readable, so they have amended the text, and they told us that it was sorted, and so we managed to achieve some of the results. Yes.
Yeah, it is in function now. So it's just in the new CAP in Portugal. There are two sites. One is the Natura 2000 site of Monforado. The other one is the Guadiana Valley. So it's only in these areas, so a bit larger. It is in these areas and the surrounding that farmers can opt for apply to this instead of the normal agro-environmental measures. They can opt for this one. And we will be giving technical support, because it's important for these measures that there is direct technical support to help them make an estimation of these indicators and the value. That will happen organized by us, the University of Évora in Monforado, and by a producer organization in the Guadiana Valley. So it's, and there is 3 million euros to pay for this contract. So it's a pilot, but it's a pilot with a little bit of money. So that's why we think it's good to announce it now, because it was possible. We don't know what will be the results, but we hope some farmers will be interested. They calculated there will be, in these 3 million, they will be able to pay about 6,500 hectares under this scheme. So in 5 years we can tell you how it went.
Pedro, Mari quería hacerte una puntualización, Gerardo.
Mari wanted to reply to what Tamara, add something to what Tamara said. The final proposal that was approved dropped a few amendments that were not revolutionary, but they were quite straightforward, like the fact that they would keep certain payments for those animal farmers that are in Natura 2000 sites. this tells us a lot about the process. The final result is that we keep the status quo, and that's the end of it. I also wanted to add something concerning pilot projects that was used in many countries. Here in Spain, I don't know of any region that has used the regional development funds to promote the rural development funds to promote these pilot projects. I think that Navarra did something similar, but it wasn't quite the same. To use funds from the second pillar of the CAP to do innovative things like what was done in Portugal is a very good idea. We should use pilot projects. There's a flagship project in Ireland where they have 3 or 4 projects funded based on similar models. So the capacity that regional governments have to promote those initiatives with rural development funding is there, and so we need to make pressure so that they do use this capacity. I wanted to ask Javi, based on your experience in Brussels, if you think that in the past few years, since you've been there, you can see a change in attitude by European officers towards extensive livestock breeding, or we're still as we were at the beginning. I would answer no. I don't think that the perception or the attitude has improved much. What Brussels has done with the current CAP is delegate a lot of decision making to national governments. The feeling you get when you speak with EU officers is a feeling of relief. Okay, they cannot blame it on me now. Now, if things are not being done properly, it's national government's fault. So they made up a system that is geared to the measurement of results, but that's only on paper. Then they don't have any means to implement that model. For example, in forested pasture lands, it will be member states that will decide if they want to apply a coefficient or not. I'm not going to tell you how you should do it. So they step back and they realize it was a touchy issue, so they decided to retrieve and let national governments decide. The technical knowledge is there. Now we need to see if this technical knowledge of the diversity of situations we have is translated into something else. Pia mentioned it. We should give a more tailored treatment to forested pasture lands, and they're still in this limbo in which there's no decision taken and no clear definition. There was already a position approved by the European Parliament, but then they decided they didn't want to get into that trouble.
más mediterráneas. Por eso tampoco.
All these exceptions that could have given rise to more of a respect to the situations in the Mediterranean were not accepted. We heard that 25% of that one of the 2030 objectives is to have 20% of organic production, but the EU does not have any means to support their member states to achieve this objective. I didn't have the last results because the last strategic plans haven't been made public yet, but the situation of the 28 strategic plans sent by the member states to Brussels this spring, I think just one or two included a specific objective about where they wanted to be in 2027 in terms of their organic production. 1/3 of the European budget is spent this way. You're telling countries that they have to include this objective, and countries refused. It's just their intentions, just like to quantify the intentions. The idea was to say, okay, I'm in 2022. By 2027, I want my organic production to be, let's say, if right now it's 7, I want to reach 10%. And that would give you a measure or an argument to say the measures that are included in your strategic plans can help you or are going to suffice to meet the objectives or not. Well, member states just refused. They refused to quantify their objectives. That's the attitude of member states when it comes to the European Commission. And when we have attitudes like this, yes, we have to talk about results. I give you money, you give me results. Well, what happens is that countries make sure that there's no mechanism that involves any economic sanction. They don't accept anything, any sanctions or any mechanisms like that. I think countries are very defensive. They have a very defensive attitude when it comes to anything that may involve controls, monitoring, or sanctions. That's the feeling that I get. And this is the context where things are happening. Let's wrap up. I think there has been an interesting debate, and I wanted to emphasize two things that I found very important when it comes to the CAP. One is the amount of competences that regional governments have, and this is an opportunity to be close to our regional governments, and as civil society and as organizations we need to advocate for our requirements to be heard when it comes to extensive animal farming. And I think it's also very important that as civil society we promote the cooperation between the different public administrations, because as of today there's no cooperation. A few days ago some subsidies for sustainable development were published for the ESA, and in these subsidies the creation of wells was included, and the Confederation, the Hydrological Confederation of the Guadiana, not only is not going to allow wells, but it's closing wells. So laws cannot be made turning your back onto the reality, and this is something that we have to promote in our organizations. We need public administrations to sit down together and to cooperate to give us solutions. So I think it's time to wrap up this afternoon session. We need to rest, and we reconvene here tomorrow. Tomorrow we're starting at 9, right? It's going to be a really interesting day. Thank you very much, everyone, and see you tomorrow. Just for organizers and people who are participating in the panels, if you're going to go to the hotel, we have made a restoration in the restaurant called Rubio in Puerta de Almodóvar at 9 p.m. So we'll wait for you there. So tomorrow at 9 we reconvene. Thank you.